How are we all doing today? We are on day 3 of the Rush trial. Now we had a very nice weekend, and Friday we had an even better weekend because we were let off early. I think court. I feel like they let us off like an hour or 2 hours early, so that was really nice. Now we're on day 3 right now. It's Monday. Hannah Reid is on trial, and so far we've had some law enforcement officers who responded to the scene. They went up there, they testified. The interesting part was the crime scene technician who went up there, and she talked about the difference between dummy ammunition, live ammunition, and then also blank ones as well. So it was kind of interesting to see what the difference were, especially for those who are not very who don't really use guns on a daily and don't really know much about, ammunition, gunfire, and all that stuff. But today, it gets even more interesting, in my opinion, because now we get into like the nitty gritty of things. We have like people from the FBI who testify. And again, with my stream, I'm going to go through the highlights from this morning. I'm going to go through the highlights. And then, today court, they took a very long break. And I think we're going to be able to catch up pretty quickly. They took a very, very long lunch break. And, it's better for me, but if I was watching it live, it would drive you nuts a little bit. Hi, Daniela. Hi, Kurt. How are you doing today? How's it going? Oh, yeah, I need to make another screen for my chat so I can see you guys. Hi, Ben. How are you doing today? I hope you guys had a good weekend. And yeah, let's go through the highlights. And I have all of my notes right here. Do I need my glasses? Ooh, do I need my glasses? Okay. So Friday, we wrapped up with the previous witness who testified. Today, we're going to start with Brian Ziegler from FBI, and he's the firearms examination and identification. So that is the expert that's going to go up there. And let's talk about, we're going to talk about, he did a lot of the testings on the gun. And he's going to talk about the ammo as well. Hi, Lauren. How are you doing today? Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? I just got freshly curled hair, so it looks really tight and I don't know. I hate freshly curled hair, but I hope you guys had a good weekend. Oh, let me update this too. Let's see. Oh, Bryce. Did I say Brian? My bad. Bryce Ziegler from FBI, firearms examination and identification expert. And then I'm going to have to update that onto my thingamajigger as well on my YouTubes. All right, let's start with this.
Mr. Ziegler, tell us a little bit about this firearm that was provided to you. What kind of a gun is it? And just generally speaking, how does a gun like this operate?
So this is an image, a photograph of the revolver that was submitted. And this is a single action revolver. So that means that the hammer must be manually cocked by the shooter every time that the shooter intends to fire. So some revolvers, if you pull the trigger, it will do the work of cocking the hammer for you and releasing the hammer. This type of firearm does not have that ability. The shooter must physically cock the hammer each time. Is this a touchscreen by chance? Yes. Okay. So to point out a few key areas of this firearm, the portion on the left, don't believe him.
He's going to come help you.
And also, I believe Alec Baldwin testified that, or not testified, but in his police interview, I think he did say that the gun was cocked, but during the interview, I think he did say that he never actually pulled the trigger. And so he's going to be the one who says, that didn't happen in my lab.
The portion on the left in this photograph is the barrel. Towards the center, we have the cylinder. This back portion here is the hammer. We have the trigger near the bottom, and this wooden piece is the grip. So this is where you would hold the firearm. Let me clear this out. So basically, in order to get this firearm to function, you would have to load cartridges into the cylinder. This can be accomplished 2 ways. You can't see it in this photograph, but on the opposite side is what's called a loading gate. You can open, and you then have access to the cylinder. So you can load each cartridge one at a time, rotating the cylinder until you have as many cartridges as you desire. You could also remove this pin here, remove the cylinder from the firearm, and load it that way. But
Hi, Rhiannon. How are you doing today? All right, so more about the gun.
Who is the manufacturer of this revolver?
The trade name is Pieta. It's an Italian company.
And do you know anything about Pieta and what they do, what they make?
I do know they have product lines they create new firearms that are essentially replicas of older firearms.
Is this a replica?
It's a replica in that it's an old design, but it's still a functioning firearm.
Now, if the hammer, let's talk about kind of hypothetically, let's assume that this gun is fully loaded with live ammunition. and we have the hammer in its resting position, so it's fully down. Is that the position it's in this photo?
Yes, it appears so.
So how is this gun designed in terms of safety with regard to possible accidental discharges when the hammer is in the fully rested position?
Right, so when the hammer is fully forward, as I mentioned earlier, the firing pin actually protrudes inside the frame. So if you have the cylinder fully loaded and the hammer is at rest on a chamber that has a live cartridge in it, that firing pin is actually sitting on the primer of that cartridge. So if I were either to strike the hammer or if I were to drop it and it landed on the hammer, it's going to fire that cartridge. So if you hit the hammer with enough force, it will detonate that primer in that position. And that's part of the design of this firearm. That's just how these are made. And if you were to look at the owner's manual, which this is one thing I did as part of my exam, you would actually see warnings not to carry this firearm with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber. So a lot of times it's actually advised that you load one less cartridge in the cylinder, so you have one empty chamber, and that's how it's carried with the hammer forward on that.
I wonder if Hannah Reed read the manual for this book. I'm not for this book, sorry, for this gun. I feel like if you were in charge of it on a movie set, you probably would read the manual, right? Just so you're like well aware of how it functions, how it works, to make sure.
Chamber. So these are recommendations in the owner's manual. So this isn't some phenomenon. This is something that's known about the design of these firearms.
And what kind of testing did you perform on this firearm?
So initially I did a function evaluation just to make sure it appeared that there weren't any odd modifications, that it was functioning correctly. After that, I was requested to do some microscopic comparisons, as I was also submitted a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case. And then the last type of testing I did on this particular gun is what's called accidental discharge testing.
He's not going to go into gun safety because he's just the guy who examined the gun and the bullets. The defense is going to ask, they're going to ask it very briefly, and that's about it. But he's not going to go into that.
So essentially the goal of that test is to see if I can get this firearm to function without pulling the trigger.
So the first set of testing that you mentioned, what did that entail?
So function examination is basically I need to inspect the firearm for safety purposes. Keep in mind I've never seen this firearm before when I first opened the box, so I don't know what condition it's been in, I don't know how old it is, I don't know how well it's been taken care of. So eventually I'm going to want to test fire that gun, so I need to make sure I feel that it's safe to fire so I don't have some catastrophic failure while I do so. Once I determine that it is safe to fire, I will physically take the gun to one of two locations in the FBI lab, and I will load it with ammunition from the laboratory and actually test fire the gun.
And did you test fire this gun?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many rounds of ammunition did you fire out of this gun?
May I refer to my report?
Sure.
All right, and then going to hop to this part right here. He's going to talk about the accidental discharge testing.
I'm going to jump you to the accidental discharge testing that you did. Can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that accidental discharge testing consisted of and why you did that testing?
Right, so again...
and I feel like this part right here will be very important for Alec Baldwin's trial when he goes up there in a couple of months, maybe in a couple of months. Hi, good guy. How are you doing today, Rhiannon?
Accidental discharge, its goal is essentially to determine, can I fire this firearm without pulling the trigger? That's kind of the end goal. And the way we do that is the test is designed to simulate the firearm being bumped or banged into something, just being jostled around, and seeing can those kind of interactions fire the firearm. So the way we replicate this in the laboratory is I will take the gun and actually strike it with a rawhide mallet on 6 planes. So if you picture a box sitting in front of you, the 6 planes would be the front of the box, the rear of the box, the left side, the right side, the top, and the bottom. So those are the 6 planes. So if you kind of picture the revolver and picture how those 6 planes work around that gun, I'm going to go around and strike the firearm in all 6 of those planes with a rawhide mallet. Again, trying to determine if it will actually fire without me touching the trigger.
And specifically when you're striking the firearm, are you striking the hammer?
That was a part of the testing that I did, yes.
Prior to conducting that testing, did you have any thoughts about whether that could potentially result in damage to the gun?
Hi, Reese.
Right, so this is actually in our standard operating procedures, that this type of testing is potentially destructive to the firearm. So just kind of generally speaking, if I'm going to do an exam that may destroy or alter the evidence permanently, I would seek out the contributor's permission to do that exam before I actually go and do it. So that.
And well, let's go ahead and just briefly describe the striking of the mallet and whether or not at some point there was damage and kind of what you learned during that test.
So while he's like testing the gun, at some point there is a test that he does that does end up damaging the gun. And before he did that, he was able to get permission to make sure like, hey, there's this test that I'm going to do. It's going to fuck it up. So just letting you guys know, and they're okay with it because he did the other previous testing.
So as we're doing this test,
hi Brent,
we want to test the firearm in all modes of fire that it's capable of. So if I have a rifle, for instance, and say it's semi-automatic and fully automatic, I would do the test in both of those settings. In this case, completely different type of firearm, but I wanted to test this gun in all 4 positions of the hammer. So at rest, quarter cock, half cock, and fully cocked. And essentially as a result of that testing, there were only 2 times that I was able to get this firearm to fire. The first one being when the hammer was at rest on a loaded chamber. So as I previously described to you, the firing pin was sitting directly on the primer. So when I struck the hammer with a mallet, that provided enough force to detonate the primer. So again, that's a known feature of this type of firearm. The second test where this occurred was when the hammer was in the fully cocked position, and I was doing my striking in the 6 planes as I described, and eventually I got to the rear of the firearm, so that back plane, and eventually at some point I struck the hammer with a rawhide mallet, and the hammer actually fell, and it detonated the primer. So what happened was some of the internal components of the firearm actually broke to allow that hammer to fall and fire the primed cartridge case.
Oh, you're British?
So
time is it
I
over
previously
there?
mentioned those quarter and half cock notches. If the hammer were to fall and there was no damage inside the gun, I would expect that the portion that makes contact with the hammer is called the sear. That sear should have been caught either by the quarter or the half cock notch as the hammer was falling. It should not have been able to fall all the way. So this is what led me to believe that there was some type of damage that occurred within the gun. And eventually I disassembled it to figure out exactly what that damage was.
So the damage that you discovered, just so we're clear, was that damage sustained at the FBI lab?
Yes, it was.
Based on the testing that you did, when this gun was received by the FBI, was it in proper working order?
Yes, so
So he's saying the gun was not damaged, from his knowledge. It was not damaged when it was in possession of Alec Baldwin.
first exam I did was the function exam. So again, that's making sure it's operating correctly and that it hasn't been modified. During that test, I also examined the safeties. So as it was received in that condition, when I went through the function evaluation, everything appeared to be operating correctly. So it functioned normally as it was designed. The other 2 notches. So I didn't observe any damage myself in this particular area, but it's possible that that area was damaged as well.
And based on your testing, did you form an opinion about whether or not this gun could be fired without the handler pulling the trigger?
Sorry, I wanted this part to start at where she was asking her question.
So again, the only 2 times that occurred was with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber, and the second time I attributed this to the breakage of internal components. So again, if these parts had not broken, I would expect that the trigger should have been caught by either the quarter or the half cock notch as the hammer was coming forward. So I would not expect this to occur had this breakage not happened.
And this is the breakage that he said he caused. Hi, Veronica. Thank you. Hi, I'm usually a lurker. I just want to say, I love this channel. Oh, thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate it.
So just to be clear, did you form an opinion about whether the handler would have to pull the trigger of the gun to make the gun fire?
My opinion is that the only reason this occurred is because of the breakage. So in order to move the trigger away from the hammer, that's typically accomplished by pulling the trigger. So in this case, the only way that was possible is because the trigger actually fractured.
Okay. So
she's going to ask it again because she wants it to be very clear to the jury. I'm glad she does that because I feel like sometimes when we're listening to her, we're just like, okay, like can we just get like a straightforward answer? But sometimes things are not straightforward, you know?
So in order for you, just so that we're clear, in order for you to make the gun fire without pulling the trigger, when it was in the full cock position, you had to break it.
That's what I had to do in my lab. I can't account for all the other possibilities that may have existed in
toy box. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $1.99. Let me like that and heart that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Corky Son's channel is one of the best of the channels. Thanks.
Something.
Also, hold on a second. I noticed something. Where? Hello? Where is Miss Fabulous at? This is Hannah's table, right? Who that? Where the other lady at? Where'd she go? Maybe she'll come back later on.
That's what I had to do in my lab. I can't account for all the other possibilities that may have existed in some hypothetical scenario, but this is the result as I tested it in my laboratory.
Okay,
It would not
good
fire
answer.
without pulling the trigger in the full cock setting without being broken.
Thank you. Let's move to State's Exhibit 98. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Oh, God, no.
Yes, this is a photograph of the fired bullet that was submitted for comparison.
And
All right, so we're done with the gun. We're now going to go to the bullets. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Because remember, the defense, their theory was that Sarah Zachary and Seth Kenny somehow colluded after the shooting, and they removed some ammunition from the crime scene, and it was thrown in the trash but never recovered. The other part of that theory was also that Hannah Reed did not bring the live ammunition, that it was actually provided from the prop set people, which is the Seth Kenny company, or the company that Seth Kenny owned.
can you describe to us in a little bit more detail what we're seeing in this photo?
This is the lead bullet that was submitted. It's very damaged. So typically when I look at a fired bullet, I would expect to see nice areas that are engraved with the negative impression of the barrel. So I'd expect to see, for example, deep lines that define what we call the rifling. And in this case, I don't see that. I just see a series of abrasions on the outside of this bullet. So essentially, whatever this bullet came into contact with, it basically damaged the exterior surface so greatly that the information that was left behind from the barrel is gone.
When you're talking about what the bullet came in contact with, I just want to be clear, are you talking about what the bullet came in contact with after it left the barrel of the gun?
That's correct.
Seth Kenny just sounds like a guilty person. Why the name? Isn't there like a meme channel on YouTube? Or no, is it on Netflix? Something Kenny? It sounds like Seth Kenny, but it's not Seth Kenny. Hi, Gigi. Happy Monday.
State's Exhibit 99. Explain to us what we're looking at here.
So these are just additional images of the same fired bullet. So I took these using my microscope, so they're a little bit higher magnification. And basically, in both of these photos, the bullet is pointing to the left. So you're looking at the image of the left, you're looking at all of the damage and abrasions that were present on that bullet when I received it. And the image on the right is similar to the one you saw on the previous slide, where...
Oh, wait, we got some breaking news. Karen Reed trial moved to April. Oh, because it was initially supposed to be in March. Ooh, that's going to be a very interesting one. Hi, Amy.
It doesn't have the deep gouges in different directions, but the rifling is still virtually gone from this bullet.
Can you tell us what caliber this bullet is?
When we receive fired bullets, the only way we can estimate the caliber is based on the diameter, so I can measure the diameter of the bullet, and also the bullet weight. So for those two items, they were very close between a 44 caliber and a 45 caliber bullet. So I classified it as either a 44 or 45 caliber bullet.
Can you explain to us why a 45 caliber bullet, by the time it gets to you, may have a different diameter and weight?
Sure, so this projectile
Wait, 3,100 pages from the feds were handed over today? From where? For the Karen Reed trial or for this trial? Karen Reed trial, right?
is lead, which is a relatively soft material. Most modern bullets are going to have a harder jacketing material, so it's going to have a lead core with a harder jacket around it. The most common type is going to be copper, and that harder material is going to protect the lead core. It's going to help it keep its mass as it starts hitting things.
State's Exhibit 105.
Ooh, sorry. This is going to start getting interesting. So we're going to start determining, hey, where did these ammunition come from? Did it come from her? Did it come from Seth Kenny, like what her defense says?
Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are images of additional ammunition that was submitted for examination. And these, some of the ammunition came in being declared as live ammunition. So these are images of some of those cartridges that were submitted.
So these are all live.
They were described as being live, and they had the physical characteristics of being live.
Based on the information that you received that went along with these
I think these are the ones that are from Seth Kenny's prop place.
cartridges, where did these cartridges come
Oh, sorry. She was literally getting to there. Sorry, y'all.
May I refer?
from? Go ahead.
Spoiler.
These cartridges are described as having as having come from Seth Kenny.
And do these cartridges, are they different than the live rounds, the 5 live rounds that we've seen photos of previously?
There are some differences, yes.
What are those?
So I see differences in the morphology of the bullet, so the shape of the bullet. For instance, this first one in the top left, this is actually a nickel-plated hollow point bullet, so it's not the lead flat nose that you previously saw. The images below that, these bullet types are semi-wad cutters. So again, it's just a different design of bullet, so it's different in shape than the ones you previously saw. You also see additional head stamps here, such as Winchester, GFL, which is a trade name called Fiocchi, and as well as CBC, which is made by Magtech. And this, due to the glare, it's a little difficult to see in this photo, but I also believe there's differences in the colors of the primers.
And let me ask you, if you were to go to a gun store and buy a box of ammunition, would the ammunition in that box have different shaped projectiles?
No, if I was buying a brand new box of ammunition, you go to Walmart, it's going to say on the outside what those bullet designs are. For example, it may say jacketed hollow point, it may say round nose, it may say truncated cone. So I would expect if I open that brand new box of ammunition, all of the bullet morphologies would be the same.
Thank you. States Exhibit 106. What's this?
This is another series of photographs of another ammunition box that was scented. So in the top left, you see the exterior of the box. Bottom left, you see that foam insert as well as the cartridges. And then the image of the right on the right.
Yeah, I don't know how our defense is going to combat this. This guy's just like destroying what they were saying.
It's just those cartridges being removed from the tray.
That the live ammunition does not match from the ones that was in Seth Kenny's possession, I guess. I mean, I guess you can argue that Seth Kenny already got rid of the evidence by the time they got a search warrant on his place. Maybe.
Can you tell us where these came from, at least what the description was that was provided to you?
Do you have an item number for this by chance?
I will get you one.
Okay. Item 28 was described as having come from the item 27 tray, which is the tray you see here, which was described as having come from the 26 box. And the 26 box was described as coming from 126 Monroe Street.
Are you talking about the defense attorney, Taylor? All right, now, defense attorney. I feel like every time he comes up to question the witness on the stand, he's always like got this like cheery mood about him.
Sir, good morning.
We like him.
Mr. Ziegler, I want to start with your training.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I have it sped up when I'm listening to it.
With the FBI, as part of that training, were you trained in recognizing dummy rounds?
There were many portions of the training manual dedicated to ammunition components. I can't recall if there is a specific task related to dummy ammunition.
And
the guy testified. Oh.
And by answer,
I didn't even notice that. For me, my mind is all about on the defense attorney.
If there is a specific task
about
related to dummy ammunition.
and by answering that way, it sounds to me like you were not trained on the recognition and characteristics of various types of dummy rounds, correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Well, do you remember any modules that you were trained on dummy rounds or not?
Not specific, no.
Okay. So you wouldn't know what a Denix round is, would you?
I do not.
Okay. And you wouldn't know a Denix round is from Spain and it doesn't shake and it's a dummy round. You're not aware of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Now, also with respect to your training, you were trained in gun safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as an FBI agent, you're trained in gun safety, including don't point a weapon at anybody?
I'm not an agent, but because I fire as part of my job, I have been trained in safety precautions, yes.
So someone earlier was asking about the gun safety stuff. So this is the only time that he like briefly goes over it, but his job was mainly to examine the revolver and in the ammunition.
Okay, sir, and as part of your test firing protocols, I'm sure you observe all those safety. Not to point a gun at anybody, treat it as loaded, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. You observe all those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you indicated one of your opinions was that your first testing, you determined this gun functioned normally.
That's correct.
Okay. When you were doing that functionality test on the revolver you received, what types of things did you look at on the firearm?
So first I would inspect things like, are there bulges in the barrel, cracks in the frame, things that I may think may lead to a catastrophic failure during the testing.
They also didn't test the casings for Seth's fingerprints. Yes, we are going to get to there. We're going to get there momentarily. Can anyone please bring me up to speed? What's happening right now? Are they saying the guy that sold the dummies had mixed live ammo in it or what? So the defense's theory is that the live ammo came from Seth Kenny. Prosecution is saying, no, the live ammo that we got from Seth Kenny's place, it doesn't match with the ones that were found on set. They think Hannah was the one who brought them in.
Okay, sir, do you take...
And his testimony was him just comparing live ammunition from Seth Kenny with the one that was found on the set, and he's saying that they look very different. They're not the same.
Take that revolver apart in the initial stage?
I do not.
So later on, and I'll come back to this, but you indicated when you hit that hammer with your mallet that it fractured some internal components, correct?
Correct.
And there was the sear. We saw a little piece of the trigger. You remember, sir?
Yes.
Now, because you
And if I missed anything in that explanation, Chad, feel free to just throw it in.
did not open the revolver prior to doing that hammer test, can you be certain any of those pieces weren't broken before?
I would say I can't be 100% certain. However, because it did function normally, I would expect those pieces were intact at the time I received it and did that initial examination.
Okay, and when you visually examined it from the outside, you then test fired that weapon 12 times, is that right?
As it was 12 times throughout the process, but yes.
And you observed when you did that it had to be fully cocked and that trigger had to be depressed to fire it, correct?
Aside from the hammer being at rest and being struck on a loaded chamber.
Correct. And other than those tests you did, I'm talking about the first part, it fired normally.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you did that normal gun functionality testing, you determine its functioning, you then do what's called accidental discharge testing, is that right?
That was after the microscopic comparisons were done, so that was the last test that I did.
Okay, so you do the functionality, then you do the microscopic examination we saw, and then you do the accidental discharge.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the accidental discharge, you mentioned that you consulted the FBI SOP.
That's correct.
Now, an SOP is a standard operating procedure.
Yes, sir.
Now, under that standard operating procedure, were you to do a type of test called a drop test?
So the drop test is, I would say that's a subcategory of accidental discharge where I physically drop the firearm to see if it will fire. And that is typically only done if that is as the situation has been reported by the contributor. So that was not relevant in this case.
Okay, when you say, in a drop test, you can tell the jury more, that's when you, from a distance of about 4 feet, drop the weapon, and if it lands and it fires, that's what you're trying to determine, correct?
It depends on how the situation is being reported. So within that same SOP, it provides the examiner some discretion as in regards to how that is believed to occur. So for instance, say I'm cleaning my gun and I accidentally knock it off the table and I'm saying that caused it to fire. I would try to replicate that situation.
Whoa, what the hell's going on with the camera?
If I had a gun leaning against a door and I'm saying that the door opened and the firearm fell, I would try to replicate that situation. So yes, the traditional drop test is just it being held as you would to shoot it and dropping it, but there is some discretion that's allowed if it is being reported in a certain way.
Now, I want to turn to the rounds. One of the things I heard you say several times is there's 4 components to determine a live round. Is that right, sir?
Yes, a live cartridge has 4 main components.
And you said the case, the projectile or bullet,
Oh, this part here with the defense, I'm not really quite sure how it really helps Hannah. I guess I get where he was getting at, but I'm not sure how it helps her. I'll explain in a bit.
primer, and then the powder.
Correct.
So you also testified earlier that when you were given presumed live rounds, but you did not disassemble them, you could not confirm they were live because you didn't get inside to see the powder.
Right, so there were certain cartridges that, again, I discussed this plan with the case agent, the contributor, to try to figure out which ones we needed to take apart. So there was a subset that we concluded needed to be disassembled. So for example, the ones that were presumed to be live, we needed to see what was on the inside of those cartridges. However, they sent quite a few presumed live cartridges. So it didn't make sense to take apart every single piece of ammunition that they sent in. So we came up with a sampling plan to where we just determined we were going to take apart some of them as a representative sample.
Sure, and I guess my question too was, you can't tell something is a live round until you make that final step to determine if there's powder inside.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, so
See, because I wonder if he was trying to ask that to say that, like, hey, my client couldn't tell the difference between the dummies, the blanks from the live because she didn't actually pull apart each one. I don't know if that's where he was going at, but I think from what we've heard so far, when she was showing the gun, the ammo to the assistant director, Dave Hall, she didn't even go through each one individually. I think they said she just opened it and just kind of like semi-spun it so you could see like the back of the ammunition, and that's about it. That it wasn't even like thorough to begin with.
you could not, for example, in your FBI training, you could not look at a picture and determine that's definitively a live round.
I wouldn't do that based on a photograph, no.
Okay, and that's part of your FBI training, that you would have to go through the 4 components, take it apart, make sure there's powder, and that's what gives you the confirmation, correct?
I would say yes. In order to know for sure, you would have to be able to see the powder, yeah.
That's how you've been trained.
I would say it's training related to ammunition and just understanding the components of the ammunition.
Okay. Now, as part of this also, you identified rounds that were live, and those were items, we saw it on the last slide, items 1B 4 through 7, is that correct?
Those aren't the 1B numbers, I don't believe. It's the lab numbers, and it was items 4 through 7 and 13-1.
You're right, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was 4 through 7 and 13-1.
Correct.
Were the labs, okay. Now, you later in December received a request from Mr. Cortez, Agent Cortez, to conduct DNA testing. Is that right? Your lab did?
Yeah, so he's not the guy who does the DNA stuff. It's going to be the next expert. Let's go to the next expert. This is her right here. She is, let's update her information. Her name is Shannon Prince, I think. FBI lab. And she's going to be expert of latent fingerprint. Is that going to fit? No! FBI lab, expert of latent fingerprint. Yes. Okay, let's do that. Okay, because he's going to start, the defense attorney is going to start asking questions about DNA, fingerprints, and all that stuff. And he's like, I'm not the guy that did it. So she's the one that did it, and we'll just go to her directly.
Days, it's often recorded by placing your finger on a flatbed scanner, and it creates a digital copy of your fingerprint.
Sorry, I just want her to explain what latent fingerprint is.
And you also mentioned latent fingerprints. What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent print is the unintentional or chance reproduction of your friction-ridged skin when you touch an object. When you touch an object, you may leave a latent print. It's often left in the oils and sweat on your hand, but it can be left in other substances, such as blood, dirt, grease, ketchup. It's often not readily visible and requires a forensic light source, such as a laser, a chemical, or a powder to be made visible.
And how are fingerprints compared and identifications affected?
It's a 3-step process, which is called analysis, comparison, evaluation, or ACE, ACE, where I analyze latent prints, looking if they're suitable. Then I can compare those latent prints and known prints side by side, and then making an evaluation decision, where I can make one of 3 decisions. An identification decision, the latent print and known print were made by the same person. An exclusion decision, where the latent print and known print were not made by the same person. Or an inconclusive decision, where I don't have enough information to make a conclusive decision. Often this is times when a fingerprint card, like a known card, is smeared or smudged, or it has too much ink. I can't make a conclusive comparison because that print is too poor to make a conclusive decision.
I guess what I'm wondering, couldn't the defense just ask for Seth Kenny's fingerprint to be examined? Like, couldn't they just hire their own expert and just be like, hey, can you get this guy's fingerprint? And then let's have it examined to see whether or not, they're found on the casings or the ammo box or whatever, right?
And when you receive evidence for latent print exams, what factors do you consider prior to starting your examination?
I look at what type of evidence it is. It could be a porous item, which means it's like paper or money or cardboard. I also look at it semi-porous, which is kind of a shiny cardboard. or if it's non-porous, which is smooth or shiny, like aluminum, plastic, glass. So I look at what type of evidence it is to determine what chemicals or light sources I'm going to need. And then I look at the condition of the evidence. Is the evidence broken? Is it shattered? Is it dirty? Is it covered with something? Or was it previously processed in the field by a crime scene investigator? I look at all that in order to determine what exams I will do and how I will proceed with those exams.
Great. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 63.
Hi, lady. How are you doing today? All right, we got the box.
The original version of what that photograph demonstrates before.
Yes, I have.
So this is the box that now I think the only way that the state is thinking, I mean, at least from what I know so far, what I understand, it seems like the reason why state believes that the live ammunition was brought by Hannah was because there was a text between her and I think it was her dad where she was like asking about like, hey, like, can you check what kind of like, what are the boxes that you have back at home? And the dad takes a picture and it's like this exact same one that was found on the set. So that's the state's theory, was that she actually maybe inadvertently brought a box from her dad's place and some of it had live ammunition in there. I think that's my understanding of it.
All right. And where did you see that?
I saw that back at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you?
Quantico. All right, she's going to go over the results of the
Where
fingerprints.
you did all of that. You did all of those tests with regard to the box that's in this photograph, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what was the result of your testing?
On this box, I developed 10 latent fingerprints.
All right. Did you compare the latent prints that you detected on Exhibit 63 to the known prints of any individuals?
Yes, I did.
Which individuals did you compare those known prints to?
I compared these prints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find a match?
So again, Hannah is the one that's on trial. Sarah Zachary was sort of her like supervisor, and she was the one who did the prop stuff. Hannah Gutierrez was also the assistant for the props. Remember, she had like a dual role in her job. She was the armorer and she was assistant to the prop person. And she was complaining that like, hey, like, you know, me being the assistant to the prop person is taking away from my time of being as an effective armorer. Essentially that in an email. David Halls is the assistant director, the one who got the gun from Hannah and gave it to Alec Baldwin. So he's the guy that's already pled it out. He got about like 6 months probation. And then Alec Baldwin is the actor, the one who shot the revolver.
Yes.
Who did you find a match for?
2 of these latent prints were identified to Hannah Gutierrez.
All right. And were you able to find matches to any of the other known samples?
No.
All right. And were you able to exclude any of the other individuals based on your test?
The remaining prints were excluded as being prints from Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
Thank you. Did you also examine a second ammunition box as part of this case?
Yes,
Does this appear to be a photograph of that box?
it is.
All right.
Oh wait, no, she's right there. Hey, the camera needs to turn a little bit more for us to see her. I was like, where's she at? All right, she's there. She's there. Don't worry, y'all.
Can you give us the exhibit number?
Oh, I apologize.
You're busy? Oh, what have you been busy with, lady? Like family stuff, art stuff?
This is State's Exhibit 48. Where did you see this box prior to today?
Whose box is this?
At the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you examine this box for latent prints?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct the same type of analysis that you did on the previous box?
Yes, the examinations I conducted on this box were the exact chemicals, light sources, and powders that I used on the previous box.
Great. And what was the result of your examination of this box?
There were 3 latent fingerprints detected on this box.
All right. And were you able to compare those latent prints to the known samples of any individuals?
Yes.
And who were those folks?
I compared the 3 latent fingerprints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find any positive matches for any of those individuals?
There were no identifications.
Were you able to find any exclusions?
Yes, Sarah Zachary and Alec Baldwin were excluded from the 3 latent prints detected on this item, and Hannah Gutierrez and David Hall were inconclusively compared to these prints.
All right. So just to be clear, Sarah Zachary, you didn't find her fingerprints on this box whatsoever?
The 3 latent prints were excluded from being Sarah Zachary.
Great.
And see, I think he's bringing up the Sarah Zachary thing because they were trying to say that Sarah Zachary tainted with the defense. The reason why the state is asking about Sarah Zachary's fingerprints, I think it's because the defense was trying to say that Sarah Zachary may have tainted with the evidence.
Is it possible to touch an item and not leave a latent print?
Yes,
And what kind of circumstances might that occur?
there are several circumstances where you
Jazz
can touch an
hands.
item and not leave a latent print. First of all, you could be wearing gloves or a mitten, and when you touch an object, you may not leave a latent print because your skin is not having contact with that object. You may have too much sweat or too little sweat on your hand, and that may not leave a latent print. The surface itself may be dirty or textured, and it's difficult to leave a latent print on a dirty or textured surface. The print may be on a surface where if it's overhandled, such as if I put my hand here, the next person comes and put their hand here, someone at the end of the day puts another hand here, it's overhandled, and that could wipe away any prints that may be on an item. There's also environmental conditions, wind, rain, snow, heat and humidity. Those can all play a factor of whether a latent print is detected on an item.
Hi, Joe.
And did
Hi,
you
Boo.
attempt to do any examination of cartridge casings in this case?
Yes,
And what was the result of that examination?
I examined 4 cartridge cases, and there were no suitable latent prints detected on those cartridge cases.
And is it unusual for you to be unable to identify a latent print on a cartridge casing?
It is not unusual.
Now, remember, the crime scene technician, the one that testified on Friday, was like, we don't really usually do the DNA, or I think it was like DNA and maybe fingerprint for the cartridge casing, because usually it's really hard to find it. By the time they get it, it's already gone, and the chance of you even getting anything is like very, very, very low. So she's going to get into the nitty gritty of that, and I thought it was very interesting.
And why not?
Cartridge cases, when they go through a firearm, there's a lot of heat and friction, and that can destroy a latent print. Also, it's a very small surface that's on a cartridge case, so leaving a suitable print can be difficult. And it's also a smooth surface, so any kind of movement that comes into contact with a cartridge case may destroy a print on a cartridge case.
Great. Have you worked on any other cases where there were a large number of cartridge casing rounds that you attempted to examine for latent prints?
Yes, I have.
Can you give us an example of a case where you worked and explain
Oh, and this part's really interesting too.
to us, based on the number of casings that you found, how many actually were found to contain latent prints?
A case that I have been a part of was the Las Vegas shooting several years ago, where there was a significant amount of firearms, ammunition, and magazines in that case. Specifically to the ammunition, which consisted of shot shells as well as cartridges, we processed and examined over 6,900 pieces of ammunition, where we only detected 26 prints on those 6,909
Wow.
Ammunition. That's 0.38%, so that's a very low chance of developing prints on ammunition. We also processed firearms in that case. We processed about 40 firearms in that case, and we detected prints on 12% of those firearms. And then we processed over 180 magazines in that case, and we only detected prints on 9.7% of firearms. So it's a very low chance of getting prints on firearms or ammunition based on the size of the item, the texture of the item, as well as overhandling of those items. Those are all reasons why there's a low recovery rate on firearms and ammunition.
Thank you. And the 4 cartridge casings that you attempted to do fingerprint examination in this case, on your notes, does it indicate what the source of those cartridge casings was?
I'd have to refer to my notes for the specific source of those cartridge cases.
Do you mind?
Google
May I?
doesn't tell
Yes.
you why they say gun is cocked. Oh, who cares about? We don't care about ChatGPT. It's an old English term for leader. It's part of the gun. It resembles the leader of the device.
I don't have a specific source. I just have the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office item number.
Do you mind providing that?
It's item 144.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
I want to paint, but I don't know what color to paint anything yet. Oh my God, I'm having the same issue. I don't know what to paint my room, guys. I don't know what to paint. I initially want to do like a dark academia style, like black or something like that. But I'm like, do I really want to work in a black room? I don't know. But my entire house, it's like all shades of beige and tan. It's like all the same thing. But I feel like I wanted something different for my room. But I don't know why. I don't know what to do. All right, defense attorney, come on up. Look at him. He's always coming up with a smile. We like him.
Good morning.
With regard to your work, when you compare a Latin print against a standard, you are given those standards from the agency. For example, here the sheriff's, correct?
Yes.
So here you had 4 people as standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was Mr. Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin, and Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so one of those people you did not receive standards from is a guy named Seth Kenny, correct?
Correct.
And so of all the other people on the set, the only 4 you received standards from were those 4.
That is correct.
I do wonder as well, why did they not get Seth Kenny's fingerprints? Since he was the one that was the prop person that supplied props to the set. I don't know. I feel like you would just get his print. So I wonder why they didn't go with that.
Okay. And those standards included fingerprint cards and DNA?
The standards I received were fingerprints and palm prints from Gutierrez, Zachary, and Halls, and I only had a fingerprint card for Alec Baldwin.
I'm not painted black. I like dark colors. My husband likes bright colors. Listen, Dennis is not allowed to choose any of the colors anymore. All the colors that were chosen in the past that I completely hated and regretted were the ones that he chose. So I was like, you know what? I'll let him have a decision making in the paint colors. And the colors that he chose were so bad and like, oh God, I don't know, horrible, horrible, horrible. I wish I could show you guys this bathroom we used to live in, or not. We didn't live in a bathroom. This apartment that we lived at. I let him choose the color for the bathroom paint, and he chose this like gaudy, like ugly blue, and it was so nasty. I actually might have pictures from the past. I might show it to you guys. It was so ugly. Oh God. But yeah, you would think they would take everyone's prints. I would think they would at least take the prints of the person who supplied the props and the person that may have, you know, I don't know, or maybe the defense could have done it, right? Couldn't the defense have done the same thing? Like, hey, Seth Kennedy, we're gonna like, you know, try to get your prints. I don't know. But maybe the defense didn't want to get Seth Kennedy's print because they wanted to make it seem like, ooh, what a mystery. We don't have his prints.
Okay, you didn't have a palm print for him?
I did not.
Now, I know from...
Ew, red rooms, no.
I know that you had stated that Halls and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Mr. Halls and her prints were not completely rolled, or they were over-rolled?
Correct. Their known standards were not complete. There was some over-inking in one area. And when a fingerprint card is fully rolled, it's usually from nail to nail where you can get the whole finger. This case, on some of these standards, the finger wasn't fully rolled completely. Therefore, I did not have enough information to do a conclusive comparison.
Also, couldn't she have just asked them to redo it, right? I feel like these things are a little bit so silly. It's just like, oh, you know, like, just ask them to redo the prints.
So when you don't have that completely rolled from the agency submitting to you, it's difficult for you to do a conclusive comparison.
It does make it difficult.
Okay.
I wish I had dark wood. The style that I wanted to go for was like Spanish medieval style, but I didn't realize how expensive it was for just iron in general, like for chandeliers, just for like little like accent pieces. I don't know, iron's so expensive. Even if you go to the thrift stores, even if you go to the antique places, it's so expensive. So I was like, you know what, scrap that. I'm gonna go for like the cheaper. I don't know. I want to do like the medieval style, you know, Spanish, dark medieval, black iron everywhere. Wood would be very cool, but I don't have wood at all. It'd be really nice.
That was the case here with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed and with Mr. Halls.
Yes, it was.
With regard to the prints that you were able to conclude, and you indicated Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's prints were found on one of the boxes.
That is correct.
Now, you were able to conclusively do that because?
I was able to conclusively do that because some fingers had that comparable area. So if there was an area that I can compare completely, I can make that conclusive decision. And in those two identifications, I was able to conclusively compare and make an identification.
And with regard to the other box that we saw, you found 3 Latent prints.
That's correct.
And you indicated that Ms. Zachary and Mr. Baldwin were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And that Mr. Halls and Ms. Gutierrez-Reed were inconclusively compared, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was because, again, you told the jury that you didn't have a complete, well-rolled set of fingerprints.
That is correct.
All right. And that would have been something the agency, the sheriffs would have provided?
Those standards came directly from the sheriff's office.
Did anybody ever communicate with you, and was there communication regarding we need new fingerprint standards?
There was no communication. In my report, I indicated that if further comparisons needed to be conducted, that standards would have to be submitted.
In your report, and if you need to refer to it to refresh your memory, you did not conduct fingerprint analysis on items 4 through 7 and item 13.1, correct?
I'd have to refer to those specific numbers.
Absolutely.
You said 4 through 7?
4 through 7 and 13.1. 13-1.
I did not conduct examinations on those items.
Okay.
Real wood iron is expensive. Yeah, I was gonna redo my flooring, and I was like, oh no, too expensive. We were gonna go for, I think, the laminate or something like that, but labor was really expensive. I don't know. I feel like even though we are like a couple years after COVID, I feel like a lot of, I don't know, either like material prices or labor, they just refuse to change it from COVID prices. So everything's just like really high right now to do things. It's just really annoying. I feel like everything's just really expensive. So you better cross your fingers and hope that nothing breaks down. Like there were so many things I wanted to do to this place, but now I'm just like, no, fuck it. I just don't want to. Everything's too expensive. And I feel like a lot of people are just like scammers. I don't know. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick, y'all. Ain't trying to get UTI. I'll be back in like 1 minute. sure. Joe, the mods are probably here, okay? They're just trolling. I gotta tell my Australian mod to wake up earlier. Um, hold on. Am I not? Am I typing as myself? Hi. Okay. Cool. Are you going to the end of the trial date? Yes, I am. So I think how I like to do things, especially for this trial, I kind of watch them in the background during the morning time, and I do the highlights. I try to come in like maybe during lunch break or after lunch break. I do the whole like highlight stuff, and then we catch up with the trial stuff. That way I don't have to sit here for like 8 hours and like my back will start like aching and all that.
So the ones that you conducted on, we've seen today.
Yes.
Okay.
And also, this courtroom, they be taking some long-ass lunch breaks, man. I think today their lunch break went over by 20 minutes, but I don't know, maybe something popped up, maybe something happened. Oh, no.
Now, with regard to the case you worked on, the Las Vegas shooting, you talked about the low percentage and the ability to recover prints from fired cartridges, correct?
From all types of ammunition.
Hi, Dan.
Okay. Now, with regard to unfired ammunition, they don't go through that heat of the barrel, correct?
That is correct.
And so does that make it more likely prints can be found on those cartridges?
The same percentage refers to that as well, less than 1%. It's due to overhandling of cartridges or shot shells, the smooth surface, and a variety of other reasons that it could be a low chance of recovering prints on unspent cartridges.
On unspent cartridges, okay, but it is possible, even very low possibility, it is possible to recover them.
It is.
Okay. And you have listed there's certain elements that might come into that, like overhandling, that kind of thing. For example, the box you said earlier, that was handled by another unit?
The box, what specific box are you
Oh, I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
not the box. I was talking about, you mentioned in your report that there was some overhandling, and one of your employees came up as contributing 8 fingerprints to one of the items.
Correct. One of the boxes was sent to the firearms unit first, which is usually on the latter end of examinations when it flows to the laboratory, but this box came in specifically for that unit. And then after the firearm examinations were conducted, the request was to do latent prints. So it was kind of backwards in order. Therefore, this item of evidence was handled by the firearms unit, and a firearms employee was identified on that box.
And that was 8 of the prints out of a total of 10 or 11 were the employee, right?
8 out of 10 were identified to an FBI laboratory employee.
And ideally, that should have gone to you first.
In a regular case, the evidence is usually where it goes to a unit that can have less destructive examinations on it to more destructive. That's how it kind of moves to the laboratory. And this box initially went to the firearms unit first.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I think we're going to be caught up. Let's see, what is this
Good
one?
morning.
Good morning.
With regard to your work, when you compare a Latent print against a standard,
We are after the lunch break. Yeah, they take a very long lunch break. I think we have a new expert. Do you have your... Is he the expert? Or where do we think he's from? Does he look like FBI to you?
The testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole
What
truth,
kind
and
of vibes is
nothing
he
but the
getting?
truth. I do. All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillette.
And where are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
FBI,
within
okay.
The explosives unit, which is part of the laboratory division.
And how long have
Explosive.
you worked for the FBI?
I started with the FBI in 2009 as a contractor. I was hired on as an employee in 2012.
And what's your
I don't think the defense could ask someone to give up prints. The most they can do is indicate to the jury that the cops dropped the ball in not doing so, and that it creates a reasonable doubt.
official title?
My official title is chemist, forensic examiner.
And how long have you been working as a chemist forensic examiner?
For about 11 years now.
All right. Can you give us a brief wrap-up of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of...
Entry of those and request to publish?
Okay, I'm just gonna... sorry, I skipped through his stuff.
one of the spectrometer does. And after that, those techniques are in the same thermal.
As part of your examination in this case?
Yes, I took multiple photographs using one of our microscopes.
Great. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah, my floors are so ugly. I hate them. They got redone recently. The previous owner redid them, but chose this like ugly, hideous gray color. I hate gray. I've lived in so many apartments and I'm so done with like the gray aesthetic. I don't know. I just hate gray. I want like browns, warms. Ugh, gray is just so ugly. So instead of redoing our floors, I just put carpet on there. Just put carpet on top just to cover it up. But it's not real wood, so I can't like I can't restain it or anything.
Yes, I took both of the photographs.
Great. Your Honor, Mr. Bowles and I have stipulated to the admission of States Exhibits 111A and 111B. May I move for entry of those and request a publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, a red room would be very intense.
Mr. Gillette, let's start with this image. Zoom out a little bit.
Gun tuber
Are you
vibes.
able to see that on your monitor?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, let's fix that. Mr. Gillette, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a handful of the particles from item 4.
All right. When you say item 4, can you explain what item 4 is?
Item 4 is one of the samples that I received with respect to this case.
What was the form of item 4?
What do you mean by 4?
Was it a cartridge of live ammunition?
It was a disassembled cartridge. I don't recall specifically every single component within the container that contained item 4, but I was focused on the suspected ammunition propellant.
Great. And did you examine some other items that had a smokeless powder that looked just like this?
Yes, I did.
And what were those items?
Those would have been items 4 through 7, and there was a 5th one. I don't recall the item number.
Would it help you refresh your recollection if you look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Please take a look at your report.
Okay.
Do you now know what the 5th item was?
Yes, it was item 13-1.
All right. And do you know where these items were sourced from?
Specifically, I don't recall the sources for every single item, but it was either from a cart, a bandolier, a holster, and I believe a tray.
Okay. And all 5 of these items, they have this identical smokeless powder composition in them. Is that correct?
Well, they have this physical appearance.
Right.
And the shape and size and color.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 111B. What can you tell me about this photograph?
This is another photograph I took using a microscope. This is item 24-1.
All right, and what does this picture show?
The appearance and the physical characteristics, what we call the morphology, the shapes.
Oh, did anyone here watch the Ferguson sentencing today? It happened like this morning, like literally this morning.
Size, color of this.
I haven't seen the
specific
live yet.
powder.
And did you examine more than one item that had this type of powder?
Yes, I did. There were 6 that had this morphology.
And do you know what the source of those 6 items was?
The source?
Where they were found?
I recall in one of the laboratory examination requests I received, the source wasn't specifically a location for 2 of them. It was a name, and then the others had a street address in Albuquerque.
Do you recall what the name was?
I believe the name was Seth Kenny.
And do you recall the address?
The specific address, no, I think it was Monroe Street in Albuquerque.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do now, and before I do this, all 6 of the cartridges that or the disassembled cartridges that were either identified as coming from Seth Kinney or from the Monroe Street address have smokeless powder that looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now I'd like to put these kind of side to side. And if you can, I know that it's kind of obvious, but could you explain to the jurors kind of what some of the visual differences between these 2 different types of smokeless powders are?
They both have generically the same shape. We would call that disc-shaped. However, the ones on the left are slightly smaller and they're darker in color. The ones on the right are slightly larger and have a single perforation.
Great.
It's like black
aside
olives.
from their visual appearance, did you conduct any testing to see if they were different chemically?
Yes, I conducted the explosive.
Really? You watched the sentencing for Paul Ferguson, his jaw drop when the judge handed out the sentence? I'm actually really surprised as well. But then again, I know they're supposed to do the mental health evaluation, right? What was the conclusion of that? Did they say he was just like completely normal? Because I feel like there's something off about Paul, whether there was like a mental disability or something like that. Like I just felt like he wasn't like normal. You know what I mean? So I thought that maybe his sentencing wouldn't be as severe and they would just focus on, I don't know, maybe like just, I don't know, getting him help or something like that. I feel like he's going to get destroyed in jail, but...
Just chemistry examinations
or in
that
prison.
identified them both as smokeless powders, but with different chemical constituents.
Hi, Keon.
And for those on the left, what were your conclusions?
The items on the left were identified as a double base smokeless powder,
And for the right?
a single base smokeless powder. They were both disc shaped, but the ones on the right were, obviously they had a single perforation.
All right. And what sort of conclusions are you able to draw from both the visual analysis and your chemical analysis between these two different types of smokeless powders?
Between the two, they are both physically and chemically different from one another.
All right. Is it fair to say that these probably came from two different manufacturers?
Oh, I couldn't say that because one manufacturer might make a whole bunch of different types of smokeless powder.
Sure. Understandable. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Oh, man, I love at the speed that they're going. They're just like straight to the point. Love it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gillette.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hi. Oh, that's why she was sitting right there. Okay, we're wondering why are you taking the other lady's seat?
So the number of items you tested in this case, that was 11 different items, right?
Correct.
Okay. And these items that you tested were all cartridges that were given to you by Santa Fe, by law enforcement, right?
No, specifically, I didn't test any cartridges. It was the suspected ammunition propellant.
But you received cartridges.
I received, yes, I did.
And your role in this was not to make sure that, I guess what I'm trying to say is you had no role in selecting which cartridges or which powders you were going to test, right? You tested what they gave you.
Correct.
And you received it, is it true? It's the form you received them in was 11 Ziploc bags, right?
Yes, I believe they were zipper lock style bags.
And each of the bags had a bullet, a casing, and a screw top container with some powder in it. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was.
So then when you received these items, these cartridges, they weren't intact.
That is correct. They were not intact.
The powder was already removed out.
That is correct.
And do you know who removed the powder out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, FBI laboratory, that's where you said you worked on direct. Are you aware of a Mr. Ziegler that works in the FBI laboratory as well?
Yes, Bryce Ziegler was the assigned examiner in the Firearms and Tool Marks unit.
Okay. And was he the one who had these items prior to you testing them?
I believe so, yes.
And you don't know if Mr. Ziegler is the one that removed the powder or if somebody else removed the powder?
I'm not certain that it was Mr. Ziegler. I would assume that it was him.
Okay. So you can't say if the powder from these cartridges was all of it there, or if it was just part of the powder from the cartridges, if it was just a sampling. You don't have no way of knowing that, right?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if the powder actually came, in addition, you don't know if the powder actually came from the particular cartridge that it was in parts in the Ziploc either. It could have come from a different one.
Well, since I didn't disassemble them specifically, no, I can't say where they specifically came from.
Right. And your testing, you talked about the source.
I feel like we've seen him in a movie before. Doesn't it look like an actor in a movie? Oh, God, what movie am I thinking of?
Source of the 11 items you got, being part of them from an individual named Seth Kinney, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I should say that's what was on one of the communications that we got.
He's doing the same thing Amber did looking at the jury. I think it's good for whoever's testifying the stand to look at the jury. But the way that Amber did it was in a way that felt so unnatural because there are some questions where she didn't really have to look at the jury, but she just kept going this. And it looked very, very unnatural. But as an expert, when you're trying to explain something, I understand why you want to look at the jury and do so.
It's also on your report.
And I guess it helps to maybe if the jury feels like someone's like staring at you, you have to actually listen, maybe not try to tune them out or something like that. So I think it's good for him I think it's good for anyone testifying the stand to look at the jury because you're talking to them. But the way that Amber did it, I think she just got a lot of shit because there are some points where it just looked very, very unnatural and very oh God, a little bit scary.
Right? Or is it not on your report?
I don't recall it being on the report.
So do you have any idea where Seth Kinney got these rounds from?
No.
Do you know how it is that Seth Kinney selected these specific rounds to provide to law enforcement to provide to you?
I don't know that he even provided them to law enforcement.
You just know they came from him, right?
I just know that in the one of the incoming communications we had, his name was stated as the either the source or where it was collected.
Okay. What about the timing? Do you know when these rounds that indicate they come from Seth Kinney, do you know when those rounds came from Seth Kinney? If it was a month after the shooting, a day, 2 months? Do you have any idea?
I think a month.
There would have been a date associated with that laboratory examination request, that incoming communication, so I could maybe assume around a specific time, but specifically no.
Okay, well, your report was dated May 3rd, 2012, right?
2020.
I mean, 2022.
Yeah,
May 3rd, 2022.
that sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Ziegler or somebody else had already disassembled these items before you got them, right? So you know.
Yes, they were disassembled before I got them.
So did you review Mr. Ziegler's report to determine when they were submitted to him?
No, I did not.
But you would have received these items after Mr. Ziegler then, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you're not actually able to tell us whether two powders that you receive are from different, if the two powders from different locations actually originated from the same source?
What do you mean by source?
Like if they're from the same source of a cartridge?
No, I couldn't specifically. I can just say what I received and what my examination results were.
Well, but you can't say that they originated from the same source. You can only say that they're consistent, right?
If I was performing if I was trying to associate two things together, like comparing two things together, but in this case, the two powders within this submission, they were physically and chemically distinct from one another.
All right, I'm
So
a little
they
bit lost.
Wouldn't be able to be from the same source.
Well, but you have a way to, you can only say that they're consistent. You can't say that they are from the same source.
Oh, if say that these two powders were not different, both physically and chemically, the best I could say then was that they are physically and chemically consistent with one another, if that were even the case, which is not the way it is.
Now, I've seen, so it appears that there were several cartridges that were sent to the FBI laboratory for testing beyond the 11. And I just want to make sure you don't have an additional report, or you didn't test any of the other cartridges that went to the FBI lab other than these 11?
That's correct. I was only given 11 samples to examine.
And so it seems like the purpose of your work is to determine whether there's smokeless powder present, right?
Well, I would say the purpose is to...
Who is Ziegler? Ziegler is the witness that testified previously. Also works for the FBI, and he was a guy that examined the revolver and the ammunition.
Determine whether or not the suspected ammunition propellant is ammunition propellant.
And that would be one type of ammunition propellant is the smokeless powder that you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you used, in order to do that, you used this whole scientific process you just talked about on direct to determine whether these were live rounds, right? You actually had to look at the chemical composition of the powder in order to tell the difference, right?
Hi, Tina.
No, I never made a determination as to whether or not something was a live round. From my explosives chemistry examinations, I determined whether or not...
Oh no, Veronica. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh. Jesus, that's wild. Luckily, you're not entirely blind, just about like 70%.
They were explosives, specifically ammunition propellant, specifically smokeless powder.
Right, but in order to do that, you actually had to do a chemical composition of the powder to tell the difference, right?
Correct.
And the technique that you had to do to do that is, and you were trying to tell if this was, I think you said, what, visual microscopic inspection first, right?
Correct.
And then you also did a thermal susceptibility test.
Correct.
And then infrared, like
Spectroscopy.
Yeah, but the spectroscopic techniques.
Correct.
Is that what? Okay. And then there was one more. It was the gas chromatography. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that sounds very scientific here. These tests are all done in a laboratory, right?
Correct.
And and that is the way
Oh, she got a big old belt on.
that you
A WWE
determine
wrestling
if
belt.
this powder is in fact an ammunition propellant. Is this all scientific in the lab kind of stuff?
Correct. By following the specific technical procedure that we have.
And your procedure also produced over 100 pages of notes, didn't it?
Not specifically notes, I would say case notes. They were probably shorter than that, maybe a dozen or so, but all of the instrument data, definitely over 100 pages.
We're sweet. Sometimes we're sour.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to, you were asked some questions about the manufacturer. Isn't it true that it's actually possible to determine the brand of a powder?
If there's enough identifying physical and chemical characteristics, it potentially could be possible, yes.
Okay, and that's something that you are able to perform, but you weren't asked to do that in this case?
No, we weren't asked to do that.
In fact, does the FBI have a standard operating procedure for smokeless powder analysis that discusses brand determination?
Not specifically brand determination, but trying to find a specific type of smokeless powder, yes.
Okay, so I'm getting a little bit lost, but just a little recap. He works for the FBI, and he is the guy that examines, I guess, smoke that comes from the cartridges. And from what we know so far, the cartridges from Seth Kenney have smokeless powder. That's what I've got.
Are you saying there's no FBI SOP that talks brand determination?
I don't recall specifically brand determination being in it, but maybe it is. But there are ways, and we do even have a database of several hundred different smokeless powders. But we could compare results to. But we weren't asked to do that. And sort of as you alluded to, it's very, very hard to say that two things are the same. Technically, it would be very, very hard for us to say these two powders are these specific type of brand. But if there were enough physical and chemical distinct characteristics within them that we could hopefully at best narrow it down to a brand and maybe like a line of products.
Right, and in fact what you just said with the FBI's laboratory having a database with smokeless powders that can assist in branding determination, that's in the SOP, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't asked to go through that database in this case or to do that?
No, there was no request to try to determine the specific manufacturer.
Okay.
God, she's got amazing hair. I wish my hair could be like this. My hair's like boring, flat. I wish I had thick hair.
So let's talk about, I think you also took some measurements, right, of the diameter of the particles?
Correct.
And the purpose of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's you can, in taking the diameter, you can compare the similarities and differences of the diameters, right?
Yes.
That's a purpose. But in this case, you weren't asked to perform an associations analysis?
Oh, we don't have an associations analysis.
Okay.
But I did differentiate between the two different types of powders that were identified.
Right, but in terms of actually comparing them, let's talk about the weighing. You didn't weigh the powder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, and that would be another way. Would you agree to differentiate the different particles by weighing it?
But by how one specific particle weighs?
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't know because you
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Can I speed it up? Let me know if it's too fast.
didn't weigh them. I guess if these were partially full or completely full, the cartridges when the powder was in them.
Oh no, I didn't do any sort of weight examination. No.
But wouldn't weight tell you? Weighing the powder would tell you how much was in the cartridge, right?
Yes, in terms of weight, yes.
Now, I think we were talking a little bit about timeline earlier. I think you said that your work in this case, your report was dated in May of 2022, but your work is actually done in like April of 2022. Is that right?
Correct. I believe I started in April of 2022.
And how soon would you start? I mean, you can tell me, can you extrapolate from that? If you started your work in April, did you report in May when these items were received by you?
By me, I would have to look at the chain of custody.
Okay. Would it be close to April of 2022?
I would expect it to be April of 2022.
Okay. So you weren't provided with these until April of 2022?
I would have to look at the chain of custody to be certain, but I believe I received them in April of 2022.
All right. And
Oh no! Wait a second. Did I not boost the audio? Oh my god. Wait, I did. Wait, why is this audio just this low? What the? Did I mess with the audio? Oh my god, guys, I'm so sorry. I think I messed up with the audio. It's supposed to be a lot louder. I'm sorry.
I mean, you said you're the chemist. You did all the tests here, but you have no personal knowledge about where these were on October 21st of 2021, right?
Sorry.
Correct.
Just a second.
Mr. Gillette, does the
All right, state is going to come back to redirect.
FBI and your lab in particular have procedures and policies in place that discuss cross-contamination of evidence?
Objection, you're outside of scope.
She asked him.
I didn't ask about cross-contamination.
Overruled.
Okay, I'll slow it back down.
An answer.
Yes, we do.
Can you describe those policies and procedures to the jury, please?
Specifically within the explosives
Oh, it's too loud now? Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, what about now?
unit, we minimize, reduce, and eliminate cross-contamination a number of different ways. When we start our examinations wherever we're working, we don't clean PPE, so lab coat, gloves, safety glasses, but we have to clean our work surface typically with isopropanol, so rubbing alcohol, and then put down clean butcher paper so that the surface we're working on is clean and not contaminated, and that we, anytime we handle a different sample, we either do that, change our gloves, just, those sort of procedures to make sure we're not introducing anything into the sample that isn't part of the sample.
Sometimes when I'm lost in a witness's testimony, what really helps me to refocus on what the hell they were trying to say or come across, it helps to listen to the redirect portion or the cross-examination portion, because sometimes when you don't know what the hell is going on and then the state comes back and redirects, certain questions that they're going to ask are going to be questions that they thought was important from the previous examination by the previous lawyer. So sometimes when I'm lost, I'm like, okay, let me just see what this lawyer is going to ask, and these are things that we should focus on or should have focused on.
You ever worked
Does that
on
make
two
sense?
samples at the same time?
Or did I just do a bad job explaining that?
Yes,
In what circumstances would you work on two samples at the same time?
or I can contain them and keep them separated from one another.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Yay, straight to the point, easy. Love it.
Talking to the microphone.
Oh, hi. Who is this?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Geraldine Conway. It's spelled JerrylYnConway.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI laboratory.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a DNA examiner?
As an examiner, I basically manage a case. When a case comes to our unit,
Okay, this part is a little bit low. I don't know. Is she just whispering to the microphone? I'm going to boost it up just a tiny bit.
for DNA testing, I determine what testing we're going to do on those items of evidence, and then a team of biologists will do the testing for that case. I'll review the results of that test. I'll determine if more tests need to be conducted, and then I'll do comparisons and write a report, and then testify as needed.
Great. Tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Genetics from Texas A&M University and a Master's of Science in Molecular Biology from New Mexico State University.
And prior to working at the
I'm going to skip through her
do you have an
credentials.
expert witness in this field?
I have, yes.
Great.
Repeat that one.
Serology is the identification code that would be used. It's considered stands for DNA nucleus. Where there repeats is laboratory. That's the rest is
I was gonna
ample
do this.
and we get half of our DNA from mom and half from dad, which means that at any different pops at the laboratory, we use controls and yes,
Okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking
it is.
All right. Does this appear to be a photograph of the revolver that you performed your testing on?
It does.
Okay, great. Was your lab able to detect and obtain a usable DNA reference sample from this revolver?
We obtained a profile from a sample that was taken from the revolver, yes.
Okay. And did you have comparators to check the reference sample against?
We compared this to 4 reference samples that were submitted in this case.
And do you know who those 4 are?
Yes, I do. We got a reference sample from Alexander Baldwin, a reference sample from Hannah Gutierrez, a reference sample from David Halls, and a reference sample from Sarah Zachary.
Ooh, defense is going to be like, oh, but you don't have one from Seth Kenny, do you?
And what were the results of your comparisons? Were you able to include or exclude any of these reference individuals?
Yes, for each of those individuals, I developed a likelihood ratio, and the likelihood ratio is different for each person. So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Baldwin, the DNA results from the sample from the revolver are 110,000 times more likely if Mr. Baldwin and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample.
And with regard to Ms. Gutierrez, what were your findings?
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez, the DNA results from that sample from the revolver are equally likely if Ms. Gutierrez and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample. This means that the DNA analysis the likelihood ratio was 1, and that DNA analysis was uninformative.
Okay. So is it fair to say you can't say for sure whether Ms. Gutierrez handled this gun?
I can't say for sure whether her DNA was detected in the sample that I analyzed.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. That's fair. I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you now about the DNA testing of cartridge casings. What can you tell the jury about the FBI policy of testing cartridge casings?
The policy at the FBI is to not conduct DNA testing on cartridge casings.
And why is that?
There's a limited chance that DNA would be obtained from those cartridge casings, especially if they have been fired. The heat from firing a weapon is significant enough that DNA can be very degraded and broken down from that heat.
And is the policy the same even if the cartridge hasn't been fired?
That's right. It's not our policy to test cartridge casings.
Okay, so if the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office had sent you some casings to test, what would you have done with those?
We would not have tested them.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Nice, easy, straight to the point. Let's go.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So are you saying that the FBI policy is never to test cartridges for DNA?
Our general policy is to not test them. That's right.
Our general policy, so does that mean it ever happens?
I believe it has happened in some cases, but our policy is to not accept those cases.
Okay, well, for example, a terrorism case comes through. Very important terrorism case is presented to you. They say, we need you to test cartridges for DNA. Has something like that ever happened at the FBI?
I'm not aware specifically of a case where they have been tested.
Okay, but you are aware that the FBI can do that. They have the capability to test cartridges for DNA.
It's possible to test them, yes, but there's a number of reasons that we do not, and our case acceptance is to not test them.
Okay, and allocation of resources, whatever that may be, but you can do that as a unit, as the FBI. You're not telling the jury the FBI can't test rounds for DNA, are you?
Testing for DNA requires that a sample in our lab would be swabbed, and that would also destroy any latent fingerprints that might be present. And so our policy is to leave those samples for latent fingerprints.
Okay, so you would prefer latent fingerprints be collected from those?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense because like if you can get the latent fingerprints, which you could typically sometimes like identify whose fingerprint it was, like why ruin that for DNA, which you might not even get in most cases.
Now, in this case, you received 4 names, 4 DNA buccal swabs.
I did.
And a buccal swab for the jury, is that inside your...
It's a cheek swab from the inside of your cheek.
Okay, and that gets the DNA that you can use later for the comparison.
That's right.
Okay, now you did not receive Seth Kenny buccal swab, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And you did not receive anybody
Is Seth Kenny the one in the orange? I see there's a witness with an orange that we haven't. We're going to get there soon.
else other than those 4 individuals.
That's correct.
And so your primary conclusion in this case was that Baldwin likely touched the revolver, correct?
My primary conclusion is that the DNA that I tested supports the inclusion of Mr. Baldwin as a contributor to that DNA, yes.
Okay. And the other part I didn't quite understand, 3 unknown contributors, but the bottom line is the likelihood he touched it. Obviously, he said he did.
His DNA is consistent with the DNA that I found on the gun, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you. You're excused.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Okay, who's next? Wait, is this a break? What is this? All right, man in the orange Patagonia. Who is this? New witness.
Affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Adiego.
Spell your last name if you would.
Addiego.
Mr. Adiego, how are you currently employed?
As a dolly grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of
on
the jury
set.
what a dolly grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes, rigging a camera to vehicles, I assist them in any way that I can as a representative from the grip department.
You do this on movie sets?
Movie sets, television sets, music videos, commercials, yes.
Give us a little bit of an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when we talk about film credits, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
I'm going to speak through this.
Well, on a TV show, we wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie. But online, there's a database, internet movie database that kind of tracks not only the productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under. So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
Okay. So your total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment, yes.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as the A-camera dolly grip on a little movie called Rust.
So when you say a camera, is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had 2 cameras, an A camera and a B
Breaking
camera.
Bad.
And is that common?
It is very much common, yes.
Have you ever worked on films that had more than 2 cameras?
Yes.
And have you worked on films that had only 1 camera?
Yes.
So,
His beard is way too glorious and way longer than Walter White's.
so as the A camera dolly grip, can you just kind of walk us through what you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the director of photography capture the director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the western town or the beautiful environment we were in. A lot of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment used in lieu of a tripod or another stable or static camera support apparatus. So the dolly typically has 8 wheels, different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system. So I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Helena Hutchins.
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
I wonder if he witnessed the shooting.
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on his shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
Yeah, I was about to say,
On that
handheld? Oh.
Project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
And then we
Pretty heavy.
also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of our sets and locations.
So how long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks, are we talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day weeks, but at some point our weeks shifted. I think we were doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule, so we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
Okay, because you had weekends.
But we did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours or some such.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but a dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why would a production company hire an armorer?
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of set armorer are?
You're gonna have a check. You approach on this?
Sure.
Oh, things are going to get very interesting. Is he one of the Teamsters? I don't know.
Mr. Audiego, based on your experience working on films with armorers,
I don't know. I don't think so.
do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My understanding of the armorer's responsibilities is any working firearms and any ammunition is under their control.
And when you say that working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control. Let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to lack of foundation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
You've testified that you have worked on 12 movie sets with armorers. Is that correct?
It is correct.
12 or more.
At least 12.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe are the industry protocols for armorers on movie sets?
Your Honor, again, I'll object.
Counsel approach.
Yeah, I guess like what's the point of asking him that? Look at the judge's face. Judge, what do you have for lunch today?
Mr. Audiego, in the films that you worked on where there was an armorer, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust, did you notice certain safety protocols that you yourself saw armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the movie Rust?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you about those. In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
What? I wasn't even thinking about that. It does not look like a convict. It just looks like a dude wearing an orange Patagonia.
how, under what circumstances in your experience can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a scene?
Your Honor, I'm also going to object to relevance.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if he was part of the people that walked out. Or if he was like the last minute camera crew that came in to film that day. Ooh, we're wondering.
In other movies, has no relevance to what happened on Rust.
Response.
Can we approach?
Mundo. Okay, we got
All right,
questions.
Mr. Audiego, let's proceed. Do you recall the question?
If you give it to me again, please.
Walk us through your experience with safety protocols by film set armorers when the armorer brings a weapon onto set to be used in the filming of a scene prior to your experience on the set of Rust.
All right, good job, Steve.
My experience has been that typically the armorers would have some sort of
Oh, really? That's not considered a camera department? Interesting.
safety meeting or lecture before any of firearms are going to be used in the filming of a scene.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety
Like ancillary camera crew? Is that a thing?
meeting, who is the person on set in your experience who usually calls for the safety meeting?
The first assistant director.
And that would not be Ms. Gutierrez.
No, it would not.
Who is the first assistant director in this case?
The first assistant director on Rust is Dave Halls.
Okay. So you mentioned one of the first things that happens is there's a safety meeting.
Typically, we would discuss, I guess I should back up. Typically, when we receive our call sheets, an email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would receive an email, typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would include a call sheet that would list who will be on set, both cast and crew. It'll tell us what scenes we're doing, it'll tell us locations, kind of general information for the day, weather, what time the sun goes up and down, whatever production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are the sides, the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather. And then on the day of filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting. And potentially the armorer may have something to say as far as what we're doing if we're firing blanks. Here's the...
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there. So hypothetically, if a scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what your understanding is about the difference in the different loads of blanks?
In my experience, the armorer would tell us if we're using dummies
What does AC stand for? Assistant cameraman?
or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise in a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there certain
Sorry, I forgot to slow it down when he went up on the stand. I was trying to speed it up for the other previous witness.
Is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be the firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Yes,
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would at the very least be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens with special acrylics like Lexan bulletproof glass, essentially. So yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case it was a Western, so a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm, but the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a...
You have pics of me wearing safety gear when shooting firearm scenes? Wait, really? Oh, post them in the Discord if you want.
A real different than dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them, or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what the, I guess the props people that make them put a little BB in there. So the armor can shake that dummy and you would hear a little BB rattle in there, and that's supposed to let us know that that particular bullet or round is safe.
So is this the information that you would receive at a safety meeting?
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the safety bulletin.
Sorry, so I just want to make sure I got that right in my notes.
Dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what the...
Oh, okay.
Is this the information that you would receive at a safety meeting?
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the safety bulletins put out by IOTC.
And what is IOTC?
IOTC is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IOTC?
Typically, no.
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to, yes.
Is IOTC the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who...
So was Hannah not part of any union at all whatsoever?
The email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Someone in production would generate that and get it out to us in any, whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that?
Not with what I know.
And you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard to safety bulletins, was there a difference between the way that safety bulletins were handled on the set of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated in that had firearms and armorers?
Yes.
Tell us the difference.
So in those emails that I referred to earlier, it typically would say, please, it would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
You don't recall ever getting a single one?
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin.
Has either side offered a theory of how the live rounds ended up on set? From my understanding, the state is saying that the defendant, Hannah Reed, may have brought them. And the defense's theory is that it was provided by the props company.
From Rust Productions, no.
Let's jump to safety meetings. On the other sets that you worked on.
Wait, what kind of glasses are they? These are different, aren't they? Oh my gosh, I think she literally has a new set of glasses for every trial day. But with what the state has presented so far, it seems like they compared the live ammunition found on set to the ones to the prop company, and they don't match. So, I mean, I think the state is doing a pretty good job at showing that it's not the props company that provided the live ammunition so far.
That had guns and armorers. How frequently would a safety meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
I don't know that I was invited to more than one during our couple of weeks on Rust.
So for the entire 2 weeks, you are only aware of one safety meeting?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so we've talked about safety bulletins and safety meetings. Go ahead and continue to walk us through, in your experience, the protocol of an armor with firearms.
In my experience, the armors are usually the, well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set, because they literally have people's lives in their hands. They don't joke around. They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement and have some sort of background with firearms.
So you're saying not an inexperienced 24-year-old.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as serious or professional as I'm accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times and firearms and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is any ammo they use, blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other plastic type ammo container. So.
Now,
I do want. Okay, I wish they had a dual camera where we have the witness on the stand and how Hannah Reed is going to react to the testimony. Oh, I wish we had the dual camera thing going on.
in terms of, you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart.
Anyone find today more complex, or do I need a nap? It did start off as pretty complex, but I think his testimony is going to start being a little bit easier to digest, because he's going to talk about the Rust movie set and then like Hannah and how things happen on the movie set of Rust. So I think it should be easier to digest, Leela.
Firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
It was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. Some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around.
And I also do wonder, did she never shadow her dad? Because apparently her dad is also an armorer for movie sets as well. Did she never like shadow him to see how things were done? Bring your daughter to work day?
cart with
Type of
drawers
thing.
that they can lock, a drawer that potentially has the individual's actor's or character's name on that drawer. So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary that those firearms weren't secured.
And why is it concerning that the firearms aren't secured?
Well, I don't know that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
And what's your understanding of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So.
Okay.
Yikes.
Now, based on your experience, just generally, what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator, and he's asking to give expert testimony on what armorers do.
He's not, sorry.
This is
He's not a camera operator. He's actually the grip guy.
based upon his personal experience.
Right, dolly
only,
grip.
And as long as it stays there, it's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
If you don't mind, the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's responsibilities on a movie set?
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks that take place when an armorer is bringing a firearm onto the set for filming.
Typically, the first AD, the first assistant director, would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene, whether they're loaded or not. They would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm onto set. And then typically, the armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks, whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power, and then making sure that anybody that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel, why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't cleaned in firearms and a blank was fired and whatever debris was in that barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
So he's referring to Bruce Lee's son?
So with regard to your experiences with Ms. Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
Well, they call them safety checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
With regard to the sequence that you described where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, does the armorer hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo. So if a particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round or another.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured, you would have one of potentially three indicators that it is not a live round. One being a hole drilled in potentially one side or two sides of the brass, so you'd actually see a hole in the bullet. Sometimes the primer is either already struck by something or it's removed altogether, the primer being the end of the bullet, or they would shake them like you'd hear like a rattle because there's a BB inside that brass or steel case.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
The armor.
And on the set of Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
Yikes.
In your experience on other movies, is the gun, when is the gun loaded with the ammunition by the armorer? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be.
I guess my question is, if there were so many experienced people on this movie set, why didn't people say, hey, you should do this? Or, I don't know. Like, I know there were some emails about safety concerns, but I wonder how many of those emails are we going to be able to see? But I feel like, let's say Alec Baldwin is shooting a scene and he's supposed to like have the gun, right? And if you don't go through any of these safety checks, I feel like there would be so many experienced people who would have been like, wait, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing here? Why are we not doing any of this?
Within moments of that.
It just seems like there's so many experienced people on set. Like, why wasn't anyone saying anything?
Safety check, where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm, knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armors, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go, and then the assistant director typically would call.
Wait, sorry. Is he talking about Rust in general, or is he talking about Rust or movies in general? Sorry.
Or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be within moments of that safety check, where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm, knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armors, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster.
Right, because I feel like if you're an armorer, you wouldn't want the actor to fuck with it in any way if they didn't need to, right? So it's like, hey, I already checked this, but do not fuck with this shit, okay? Do not fuck with this.
And then
so I can see why they would just put it in the bandolier if the actor didn't want to like double, triple check it themselves with the armorer.
To the first assistant director that they're good to go, and then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew.
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her or taking note of her loading the gun in the presence of cast or crew?
I think there were a couple of times on set where we were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it.
Right. There were like a group of like people, I think like the camera crew people that left the day before the shooting happened. And that's why last minute they had to find a new crew of people to shoot the scene, right? But I'm just wondering, I mean, we had assistant director, we have other actors on there. I mean, even including the victim, Helena, the director, Joel Souza. Like, there's a bunch of people that were within that area. I mean, wouldn't they be part of that safety check as well? Or no?
Back to our actors.
And when you say she was put in a position, who would have put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
And with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
Give me just one moment. The scene that was filmed on the set of Rust during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
The scene may require a couple of, each time we roll the camera and cut, that would be considered one take. So depending on what the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their performance, we would potentially do multiple takes as we worked our way through the different angles of a scene. So it may be from one actor to the next, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next actor that's in that same scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded, were you present for every single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay. In terms of the way that you've experienced this on other movie sets, how does the armorer behave with regard to if the armorer provides a gun to an actor? In your experience on other movie sets, does the armorer just walk away?
In my experience, the armorer's never out of eyesight of whatever weapons or ammo they're in charge of.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that particular issue, that being the armorer always staying within eyesight of the gun.
I don't know that the armorer was always within eyesight of the firearms being used on set.
Because again, I mean, she was serving as a dual role where maybe they pulled her, was like, hey, like, come roll these cigarettes really quick. Maybe that's why she wasn't within eyesight of gunfire ammo when they were on the scene. It could be their fault, like her boss's fault telling her, hey, like, I need you to come do this. I don't know. Or she just not paying attention, mixture of both maybe.
Okay. And set of Rust on a day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns.
Yes.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall happening?
I think the first one was the, I don't know if the prop master was loading or unloading.
And let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah, I think her name was Sarah Zachary.
Okay.
Was her name. She was, we were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it, and she seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Can you tell us, in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
Hi, Caitlin.
It made a bang, but it didn't, I don't know if there was a bullet or not, because I don't know if it hit her foot, but it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple of horses on set, and again, it was unannounced, so it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
Were you preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
Okay. So when that accidental discharge happened, I mean, what did it sound like?
A gun going off?
Okay. And you indicated that this accidental discharge occurred because that gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
And can you describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as Harlan Rust's cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Harlan Rust?
Harlan Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
Oh, that's why the movie's called Rust.
I believe it was Alec's stunt double, so somebody dressed up to look like Alec, was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of.
JD, thank you so much for the 69 months. Subscribe with Tier 1 on Twitch. How are you? Thank you. Lucky number 69. Put that in your lottery ticket.
Either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be a gun, some gunfire, and I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that firearm, and again, unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
And what did it sound like?
A loud gun going off.
Wait, so she was there with him?
If you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
Jesus.
And in your experience on other movies with armorers, are accidental discharges common?
No.
Have you ever experienced an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right, they take a nice long break, and we are almost caught up. Crap, that means I don't get to eat my lunch. Oh, man. Not a good look for Hannah. Not a good look.
I can't do anything about the temperature, whether, I don't know if you're hot or cold, but probably hot, right?
Cold.
Guilty of being amazing on the stand, Tuco. What are you talking about?
Okay. Are we back on the record?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Audiego, I think that when we broke, you had just finished describing the accidental discharges to us. In your experience in the film industry and your opinion, who is responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Again, his opinion is he's not an expert. He has no idea, and we don't even know what set being talked about.
He's not being tendered as an expert. I apologize. Mr. Audiego, do you recall the question that was asked? You've been permitted to answer.
If you don't mind asking again, please.
In your experience and in your opinion, working in the film industry, what member of the crew is responsible for an accidental discharge?
I would say first and foremost the armor.
All right. Did the accidental discharges that you described cause you concern?
Yes,
Did you articulate that concern to anyone on set?
I did.
Who?
Both the first AD and his second in command on set, the second AD.
And when you say the first AD, who are you referring to?
Dave Halls.
And what did you say to Mr. Halls?
I don't recall my exact words to Mr. Hall, but I expressed my frustration and anger with the fact that safety seemed to be secondary to the production clock.
And without saying what Mr. Halls said, Was Mr. Halls responsive to your concerns?
Mr. Halls ignored me and walked away.
Yikes.
And what did you do then?
I went to his second, Ann. I don't recall Ann's last name.
I can't wait for Dave Halls to testify. I hope he's going to be the witness on here later down the road.
And express my anger and frustration, and ask that this be put on the production report. So,
what's a production report?
the production report is essentially the diary of everything that happens throughout production on the film set.
Do you know whether or not this was ever included in the production report?
I do not.
Thank you.
Yeah, he must be part of the people that walked away.
I'm going to take
Yeah, what is Dave Halls? What is he doing now? Is he still working as AD on movie sets?
you to the morning of October 21st, 2021. Were you working on set that day?
I was.
Oh, he was. Okay, so
And
he wasn't part of the people that walked off. Okay.
And what time do you think you arrived on set?
Pretty early. I believe our call was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. that day.
And what does that mean, your call?
So on that call sheet we've discussed, those emails would tell me specifically what time my department requires my presence on the set for each day. So that would be my call time for the day.
And when you arrived on set, did anything unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
The camera department had decided to leave the show due to safety concerns and some other concerns they had.
And if you can describe for the jurors what effect that had on the production and filming that day.
I would say it threw us into more of a state of chaos than we already were on that film that day.
Okay, so let's back up. You said it threw you into more of a state of chaos. Generally speaking, what was the state of speed in terms of chaoticness or not on this movie set generally?
I mean, at times we would, I guess we'd say we were moving at ludicrous speeds, that we've just trying to race the production clock because we understood that we had a finite amount of time to complete a very ambitious schedule. So we seem to always be rushed and under the gun to get stuff done. And
How do you spell ludicrous?
Is there a saying in the film industry, something about making your day?
Yes.
What does it mean in the film industry to make your day?
So if we know that on that call sheet we've been given that there are, for example, 4 scenes and production's budgeted 12 hours to complete that work in a day, if we complete that, we've made our day. Otherwise, production has to figure out where else to schedule that work to be completed.
Why is making your day or not making your day problematic on a film set?
My understanding of Rust Productions is they were budgetarily restricted to the number of days. Whatever deals happen that I'm not aware of, that are not privy to me, we had, Helena and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete their ambitious schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
What was the budget for
So you didn't
us?
have enough time.
In a nutshell, we certainly didn't have enough time to
Yep.
do what was being asked.
So you indicated that the camera crew walking off created more of a chaotic environment. Can you give the jurors a little bit more of a description about how not having them there was affecting things? And were they replaced?
Well, yes, they were replaced. So on most projects, but certainly on a small project where you're moving that fast, we all count on each other and become close in that short amount of time. And so the camera department had counted on me, and I had counted on them, and knew that I could trust them. And Helena had handpicked us all to make up her crew. So when suddenly, I think it was roughly 6 people of that crew decided to leave, that was certainly a disruptive thing. And I think we soon learned that their replacements certainly weren't as qualified as they were. And also, they only replaced one of the camera teams. So it also meant to me that this schedule is going to get much more intense because we now have half the equipment to do the same amount of work.
I want to just get an idea from you in the days of filming leading up to the 21st. Is it typical for the director of photography to be operating an actual camera?
Not typically, no. They hire an appropriate number of operators based on the cameras they have.
Where does the director of photography usually spend his or her time during filming?
Mostly on set with the crew and the cast. Occasionally they will go to what we would refer to as like the video village, which is where the monitors are set up for the producers, the writer, or maybe cast members that aren't involved in the scene to watch what's actually going on set.
So the 6 people that left, how many people came in to replace them?
My recollection is 2 to 3.
Okay.
Yikes.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Souza or Ms. Hutchins about making that day?
Yes.
And without saying what they said, what was your part of that conversation?
I think they were both concerned that potentially would, prevent us from completing that day, maybe even completing the movie. So I just tried to reassure them that the operator that stayed and I would, get them through the day, that we would, continue on and try to continue making the best film we could with the resources we were provided.
He seems like such a pleasant
you
person to
indicated
work with.
one operator stayed. Is that a camera operator?
Correct.
And what was that person's name?
Reed Russell.
Thank you. So what was the first scene that you all were filming on October 21st? Just describe it to us generally. It doesn't have to be huge.
I believe it was a couple of the lawmen riding into this western town where we were filming with some kids, and it's supposed to be an average morning in a western town, whatever that is. So
were there kids on the set
people,
too?
Going about their day. I think we had some animals on set, and I think it was the lawmen ride into town in pursuit of Harlan Rust.
And when you say you had some animals on set, what kind of animals would you have on this movie set?
Well, certainly the lawmen rode in on horseback, and I think we had some just kind of farm-type livestock. Every day kind of changed a little bit. There may have been some chickens, some goats, some cows, mules. There may have been other horses just tied up as, prop horses. Again, this was supposed to resemble a lively, working western town.
In terms of those animals, are there specific crew members that are put in charge of managing and caring for those animals?
Yes.
Is there a name for those people?
They're typically called animal wranglers.
Okay. And were there animal wranglers employed on this movie set?
My recollection is there was a number of them, yes.
Okay. Were you all able to complete the filming of that scene with the children and the animals?
As far as I recall, we had completed that scene.
Do you recall, was there gunfire in that scene?
I don't recall. Okay. I know.
And we don't want you to assume.
No, the lawmen that rode into town were certainly armed as lawmen, but I don't recall any gunfire in that scene.
Okay, there wasn't a scene that required shootouts and blanks and stuff like that?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. And what then was the next scene that you all were going to be filming on that day?
I believe we moved to the church upon completion of that scene.
And what was your understanding of the scene that was to be filmed and perhaps was indeed filmed inside the church that morning?
That part of the story we were filming that day was, I think at that point in the story, Harlan Rust had been injured in one of the previous shootouts, story-wise, and he finds this church or happens upon this church. So he knows he's being pursued by the law. And I think it was story-wise that he goes to essentially hide in the church and in the hopes that he gets the draw on the lawmen when they enter the church. Kind of a last stand, if you will.
And was that scene actually filmed prior to the lunch hour that day?
Pieces of it.
Pieces of it were. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see those short clips?
I think I saw one piece of that footage, yes, that was covered with the Steadicam.
Okay, because this isn't the first time you've met me.
It's not.
Okay. So I think that we have a stipulation to, let's start with State's Exhibit 112, if you can help me, Mr. Bowe. We'll get set up.
Oh, we're going to catch up with the live.
State's Exhibit 112 and permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, space 112.
Okay, we're good.
Wait, okay, Breaking Bad is just on your mind because of this guy, of this defense attorney. And we're in New Mexico, right? Isn't that where Breaking Bad took place, in New Mexico? All right, y'all, we're caught up with the live.
That would be considered the sound slate. So it's a slate provided by the sound department that is used in editing, and the script supervisor also uses it to keep track of scenes and takes.
And does it tell you the scene and the take? What's the handwritten stuff at the top? It looks like it says 26 and 118B1. Do you know what that means?
Mostly. So I can tell you that, of course, it has the title Rust. It tells you on the left corner the director's name, Joel Souza, and on the bottom right it has the director of photography's name, Helena Hutchins, and then it signifies that that it's the A camera, and I don't.
Is it A or is it B?
It appears to be a red A.
Okay.
Which would be the A camera, and then it looks like on the top right corner that would be take number 1, and the other numbers typically would be a scene number, so it potentially is scene 26, and then I think 118B would be the note the script supervisor uses for the editors and the writers, and that stuff I don't really get involved with.
And who was the script supervisor for this film?
Our script supervisor was Mimi Mitchell, I believe was her last name.
Okay. And what is that the time? What numbers are we seeing there in red?
So it's time code, and depending on how the sound mixer and production wants
Oh, I didn't know these things were digital.
to keep track of that. Sometimes it's elapsed time. So if we started at 6 a.m. and we're 6 hours into the day, it would show you, that it's 6:00. Sometimes it's date and time, and I don't often deal with the details of the slate. So those numbers are generated by the sound department.
Okay.
And fed to the camera.
And this scene is taking place where?
This is it appears to be the church on Bonanza
Oh, it's synced with the
Creek
camera.
Ranch.
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay, leap of faith. We're going to press play and hope we don't have any technical difficulties. Let me start that again. We don't have any sound. Give me just one moment.
Oh no, we're caught up with the live now. I can't fast forward through this. All right, patience,
Hang on
y'all.
just a second. I'm gonna- Hang on.
Patience. How are we feeling today? I feel like it's good to get the witnesses who are gonna testify about technical stuff out of the way in the morning, because I feel like after lunchtime, I don't know, if I was part of the jury, I'd be kind of like, oh, I'm full, maybe I'm getting a little bit sleepy. It's good to end with a witness that's easier to understand. Or I don't know, it could be vice versa for some of you guys, right? Maybe after lunchtime, you guys are more aware, alert, absorbing all that sugar, the food. I feel like for me, I'd just be like, oh, I'm tired. I've been sitting here. Oh, really? He and 2 others? Who were the other 2? I feel like Hannah Reed's face looked good on day 1, like in terms of her facial expressions. Day 2 and 3, she just looks like she's just annoyed. Tomorrow, who's going to go on tomorrow?
Let Mr. Lewis try to sort out this technical issue, and we're going to continue with your testimony, and we'll come back to it as soon as we're ready. Go ahead.
Nice. I like
Put it
that.
on that.
Efficiency.
Okay, I apologize for that.
You're just snoozing all the time?
The scene that was being filmed prior to the lunch hour that we're working up to showing, describe what this scene was supposed to be. What was your understanding of what was going to be filmed?
That Harlan Rust was going to be laying wait in this church for the lawmen that he knew were pursuing him, and I think at this point in the story, rapidly catching up to him.
I'm sorry, with regard to firearms, what was your understanding about what, if any, firearms were going to be present and used during the filming of that scene?
What, if any?
What I understood was that we were going to finish the piece we started looking at, where it's the Harlan Rust's reaction to the lawmen coming in, and then we were going to film one more piece that we would refer to as an ECU, an extreme close-up, where you see Harlan Rust contemplating pulling his gun or not, kind of rubbing his hands, and then he starts to draw the firearm. My understanding is once we had that piece filmed, we were going to do what we would call a turnaround. So we'd then be filming from behind Harlan Rust, Alec Baldwin, seeing the I think it was 2 lawmen come into the church, and then the shootout would ensue from there.
So during the scene in the morning, was Mr. Baldwin armed with his prop gun?
Yes.
What, if any, is a very legit way to ask questions sometimes, but Elaine has ruined it for all of us. Hello, Chai.
And what was your understanding about whether that was a real gun or a replica?
Hey, Chai, someone in my chat was complaining earlier saying that the Australian mod needs to wake up earlier to do some modding duties, okay? It wasn't me. I didn't complain. It was someone in the chat. It wasn't me, though.
Meaning a rubber gun or plastic gun?
My understanding is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to use his, what we would refer to as his hero props. So I understood it to be a real cold gun at that point.
And when you say cold gun, explain to the jurors what you mean.
Cold gun would indicate that the armor and potentially first AD had deemed that weapon safe to be used on set. Cold referring to the fact that the trigger could be pulled and nothing would happen.
Did you know whether the gun in the morning was, whether it had dummies in it or whether it was just empty?
I don't know.
Okay. So how did you see for the morning session who brought Mr. Baldwin the gun?
I did not.
And how did that morning session inside the church go? Was it relatively uneventful? How was it?
5:30 a.m.
I mean, other than the previously stated kind of state of rushed chaos we were in, I would say yes, mostly uneventful.
And then when you had completed those couple of takes that we're going to show here shortly, what happened then?
I think that's when we broke for lunch for the day.
And approximately how long was your lunch?
Hi, LOL. Hi, Corky. Apart from the live trials, you should do true crime stories. I have a couple videos posted on my YouTube channel. Yeah, it's just, it's hard because sometimes when you do your own true crime story, it's really hard for YouTube to not flag it and demonetize it because that gets really annoying when that happens. But also, it's very, like, I enjoy doing it sometimes, but sometimes, like, the research that goes into it is very, 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 very intensive. And then for YouTube to demonetize is kind of annoying. But yeah, I don't know. I do like doing those though. I think I want to do one for the Adelson stuff. I'm still going through the interviews and stuff very slowly though. But I would love to do true crime stories for some of the famous cases as well. Like do a revisit for gutierrez. I wasn't very well versed in the Scott Peterson stuff. I think it'd be really cool to do that as well. Just kind of like, you know, I get to learn about it and then I get to regurgitate all the information to you guys.
I think we were doing half-hour lunches. Maybe they might have been a little longer because where lunch was a little bit of a van ride from where we were filming.
And when you say a little bit of a van ride, how far away was...
Half-hour lunches? That's like
how was
nothing.
that set up?
I think that, the production clock for us works on 0.6 of an hour. So it may have been 6 minutes away. So if it was a half-hour lunch, it may have ended up being approximately 42 minutes, you know, for that travel both ways, to and from catering.
And is the food just provided for you all right there on set?
But there's a caterer and a catering tent, yeah, if not on set, on the facility where we were filming, yes.
So approximately what time, if you know, would you have completed lunch and come back into the church to continue filming?
Again, I think we started between 6 or 7, so lunch would have been called at 12 or 1 and 42 minutes after that. So for argument's sake, 2 o'clock-ish.
Okay. And what was your understanding of anything that was going to take place immediately after lunch and perhaps before filming? Can you explain to the jurors?
What'd you guys eat for lunch? I'm getting hungry.
I believe the decision was made. So we were, for parts of that scene, we were using a Steadicam, which is camera apparatus affixed to the camera operator. And I don't think they were getting quite what they wanted as far as how the photography was portraying the story. So I brought the dolly in so we could mount the camera on the dolly and give them a more stable platform. I think that was it.
Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
I-
So, while these gentlemen were speaking to me, did you explain that this was going to be a blocking?
I did not.
Let's go there. Explain what the blocking is.
So the decision was made to go from Steadicam to the dolly. So once we, it takes a moment to convert that camera over from one use to another. So I'm getting the dolly close to the pew where Mr. Baldwin, Harlan Rust would be sitting. And
yes, morning tea and 11sies. Yes.
working with the camera operator, Reed. Helena had kind of mentioned where she wanted
Second brunch? What was it again? Second lunch? Second brunch?
us, but I believe her and her gaffer
Early dinner?
were starting to prepare for the turnaround of when the lawmen came into the church. So we were just trying to find blocking the shot, we would call it, trying to find the shot that best told the story in that moment that the director wanted to tell, which was to be, my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec pulling the
Yeah, I don't think he knows about I don't think he knows about second breakfast, Pip. What about 11C's? Luncheon? Afternoon tea?
starting to draw his weapon, and then from what I know,
Okay, sorry, let me go back.
which was to be, my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec starting to draw his weapon. And then from what I know in the edit, his cut would have been, you as the audience, see that weapon start to leave his holster, and then we were going to then put the camera behind him to see the lawmen enter the church, and that's when this shootout would have begun in the church.
So were cameras rolling?
No, we were still blocking the shot.
And were you present in the church when Ms. Gutierrez brought the firearm into the church?
Hi, Morden.
Yes.
And tell the jury what you saw and or heard.
I never saw the interaction between Hannah and Dave in the church, but I could hear Hannah telling Dave that the firearm had been checked before lunch and had been locked up during lunch. And then Dave called out cold gun or cold weapon. I heard the word cold, and that's when I went back to focusing on my task at hand, helping Reed and Helena find that insert shot.
Access the server. Let's see what's on the server. I'm still trying to iron out this issue. Thank you, Mr. Adiego. So, do you recall who said cold gun? Did you describe that?
I did. I heard Dave Hall's call. I don't recall if it was cold gun or cold weapon, but I heard the word cold, which typically for me is what I need to hear.
And cold gun means it's not going to go bang.
Correct.
Okay.
I think I learned in when I was taking Spanish class. I think I learned that in Spain, don't they do? It was like they have breakfast, and then was it like they have breakfast, they have lunch, they drink wine, they take a nap, and then what was it? It like sounded like super fun. It was like naps and drinking and eating more or something like that. I think it was in Spain. I feel like I remember my teacher telling us that in Spanish class.
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez's statement that you overheard about her not having checked the gun since lunch, did that cause you any concern?
It did.
Why?
Just accustomed to armorers checking those guns again on a regular basis, and we had a break. And typically, that any firearm that's brought on set is checked, even if it had been checked previously.
Do you know how the gun got from Ms. Gutierrez to Mr. Baldwin?
I do not.
So after you heard Ms. Gutierrez's voice and you heard Mr. Hall's call out cold gun, where was the gun the next time you saw it?
In Mr. Baldwin's holster on his left side.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I don't recall seeing her in the church after lunch, no.
Yeesh.
So
They make her
go
roll
ahead and
cigarettes
walk
again.
us through. Mr. Baldwin now has the gun. Where is he sitting? What?
Does anyone think this movie will be finished? I heard they started refilming last year, and it's finished. That's what I heard. I remember reading an article.
What is he doing? Take us through this.
Mr. Baldwin's seated in a church pew, and Reed and I are trying to find an angle.
Yeah, I don't know. Here's some articles from 2023. April, May. Alec Baldwin, the Rust producers are resuming filming the movie on April 20th with no working weapons. So maybe it's already finished.
Looking kind of over his right elbow or right bicep to see his hands in his lap transition from his lap to that firearm that's kind of hidden in a holster under the coat that he's wearing.
So if you can stand up, if you don't mind, and demonstrate what you believed Mr. Baldwin was supposed to do for the blocking.
My understanding was it was just to reveal that part of, the part of the gun that holds the bullets coming out of the holster, and then that portion of the, that piece of photography was finished. Once we saw that gun coming out of the holster, it would again give the audience the idea in that story that that Harlan Rust is about to defend himself or try to shoot the lawmen before they shoot him as they enter the church.
How close were the cameras to Mr. Baldwin?
The only camera we had in the church was...
I'm so glad that he's so aware of the microphone positioning. Thank you! He's a professional.
I think at that point I had the lens within a foot of Mr. Baldwin.
And do you recall where Ms. Hutchins was?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Would you explain?
So directly, if I'm sitting in the pew as Harlan Rust, Helena Hutchins was essentially directly in front of Rust, having a conversation with her gaffer. So there was maybe a couple of feet of air in between Mr. Baldwin and the pew that Helena and Serge were standing behind, directly in front of Mr. Baldwin.
And let me stop you. What's a gaffer? We don't know these terms.
My apologies. Gaffer is the head of the lighting department.
Oh, okay.
So
I was like, what's gaffer?
he was discussing with the director of photography. My understanding, of course, is they were discussing what we were going to do when we turned around to see the lawmen, because we were already lit for the direction that we were filming.
Do you remember the gaffer's name?
Serge is his first name. I believe his last name, and I don't want to slaughter it, but I think it was Savetne,
Okay.
I believe is his last name.
Wait, so the scene that he was practicing, he wasn't even supposed to shoot? Did he just accidentally pull the trigger? Is that my understanding of this?
Could you understand the conversation between Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Svetnoy? That's my
Thank you.
my best try.
So often we couldn't none of us could understand because they often conversed in either Russian or Ukrainian, as they were both born and raised in that part of the world. So,
Do you know where Mr. Souza was at this point in time?
Mr. Souza was shoulder to shoulder, just to my right. He was looking at my dolly monitor, so he could see what the camera was seeing.
Oh, he was right.
So
Oh my God, he was
why
right
would
next
the
to him.
director be in the room looking at your monitor? Well, let me ask it this way. Would the director normally be looking at that vantage point from Video Village?
Depends on the director and the situation. Sometimes they'll work with us more closely, where they will be shoulder to shoulder, and we'll look at my monitor. We were still waiting for the new camera assistants to finish converting from Steadicam to what we call studio mode. So I don't believe the camera actually had a monitor, and potentially that's why he was looking over my shoulder instead of a bit removed in the Video Village.
If I remember correctly, she was actually born in Ukraine. Hi, E-Jen. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. What's up, Emo?
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment. We think we're going to be able to watch these videos, and that's going to give everybody a much better idea of what was going on in there.
Yay, videos.
Hope springs eternal.
But I wonder, in that shot, was he supposed to pull the hammer back? I'm assuming yes.
Okay, so we've already gone through the slate and et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to go ahead and play the video. This video will be
on Exhibit 63.
Whoa, what the fuck? How do we end up here? What happened?
Oh.
Harlan Rust, did you get up not too slow? I'll see weapons you might have. And the iterations.
Who is the person speaking? Whose voice are we hearing?
It sounds like Jensen Ackles.
And is he an actor?
He is an actor in Rust playing one of the lawmen, is my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Stand up slowly and toss in guns. Okay, we're gonna do it again. And set, and action. On the rush. You should get up nice and slow. Toss any weapons you might have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss them guns. Okay, and set. Put it up. Okay,
Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
That's the answer to your question earlier, that sound.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing?
So what you just
Oh my God, I'm like so nervous.
saw for a brief moment was one of the effects department people coming in to spray at what we'd call atmosphere. So dust or whatever I don't know what's in their spray can, but that is what that sound was. And that's what they were doing, was adding atmosphere that makes it look a little foggy. And if hard light comes through those windows, you would kind of see those lights, the rays of light in that fog.
And I just backed this video up to 1 minute 6 seconds so that I can ask you, the position that Mr. Baldwin is sitting in this video, is that the same or similar position that he was in the blocking scene after lunch?
Yes, similar.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to go lower than that,
Is there any way you can come up and see me open my eyes, or you don't want? You know, let's say I'm down here like this, and when he says Harlan Russ, I'm gonna go.
okay.
And you gotta come down here for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if we can do that. Ready? Here we go.
You want
On another take. Here we go.
All
Ready?
right, another take. And set, ready, and action. Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any guns you have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss some weapons. Russ. All right, let's flip the sensor.
Can we try this?
So let me ask you, just so that we get an idea, where we see Mr. Baldwin sitting in the church pew, where is the door to the church?
Behind the camera.
From Mr. Baldwin's perspective, is it in front of him?
In front of Mr. Baldwin, yes.
And where is Mr. Ackles, the gentleman who is speaking in the scene?
It sounds as though he's just to the left of the camera.
So where would that be in relation to the door?
Jensen would be in between Mr. Baldwin and the door.
Okay, and if you can estimate how many feet, how big is this room, and how many feet are there from where Mr. Baldwin is sitting to the door?
In that instance, because we had moved the pews around a little, so in that instance, Mr. Baldwin's less than 20 feet from the door would be my guesstimation.
Okay, and who's this gentleman here that we can see in the video?
That is Dave Halls.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish it just for completeness, and then we'll move on to our next one.
Dave.
All right. I am now going to play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 112A. I would ask the court to go ahead and admit 112A and give permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 112A is admitted. You may publish.
Wait, what is going on?
Okay. Mark. And set, ready, and action. Harlan Russ, did you stand up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Again, ready?
Little too wide. And set, ready, and action. Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
One more. You good? Ready?
Set, ready, and action. Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow, toss any weapons you have? Well, how close can I get right there? Joe, you want me to wait to give you that line till he lands, till camera lands.
Yep.
Yeah.
Draw your gun and look up and point your gun.
Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
This side camera for now.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased and ready. Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set. Ready and action.
Harlan Russ.
Do one more just like that. You got one more?
Oh, dude, if you're pulling it out that fast, I guess I could see how he actually pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
Ready?
And set. Ready and action.
Harlan Russ. Nice.
Let's go on.
Oh, okay, we're okay.
Okay.
I was so nervous.
So the blocking, you can take these. Thank you, Shad. The blocking that you were describing, as a person who was working in the room, were you expecting Mr. Baldwin to pull the gun all the way out? Like what we just saw in those clips?
In the blocking of the ECU,
What's the ECU?
extreme close-up,
Okay.
I was not.
Okay.
My
Go ahead.
my understanding was it was just to kind of reveal that weapon coming out of the holster to the camera.
So I think that we may have ended your description of what was going on in the after lunch session where Mr. Souza was standing. And were there other people in the church also?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many people were in there?
Myself, Reed, the camera operator, Zach, the boom guy was.
When you say the boom guy, what is boom?
Sorry, guys. The sound. The person holding the sound boom. So recording sound for the sound mixer was in the church. Joel was shoulder to shoulder, like I had described, looking at my monitor. I believe Mamie Mitchell was to his right. Wardrobe.
I thought this was after lunch because they were talking about how it was like after lunch, and then Hannah Reed brought out the gun. He heard the cold from David Hall. I thought this was after lunch.
A woman named Doran was in there, I think, looking over Mimi's shoulder at the monitor. Helena, Serge.
Like after lunch, before the gun was discharged.
My direct boss, Reese Price, who's the key grip, he's the head of the grip department, had just come in to work with Helena and Serge. Dave Halls. And maybe one of the effects guys, I recall, was kind of in and out, keeping an eye on things, because they had pre-rigged some of their effects stuff in the ceiling, again, in preparation for the big turnaround that we were about to do.
Okay.
So I didn't give you a number, but I think that works out to 12-ish.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So keep walking us through it. What happens next?
Yeah, I thought it was after lunch, or either after or during lunch, where the discharge happened.
So we, I guess Reed and I are trying to find the camera angle that Joel, the director, is happy with. That he.
Oh, but you know what? Sorry, we are a little bit mixed up because I remember she was trying to play this footage earlier, and because they couldn't get it to be played, she moved on with questioning. So I guess sequentially, I am a little bit confused as well. but I thought it was after lunch.
He feels will tell that piece of the story. I think, like I mentioned earlier, I believe Helena and Serge were discussing how to change the lighting for the turnaround. Reese, my boss, Reese Price, was in there. I think he had just brought in a bounce card, maybe for that insert, maybe for the next shot.
We don't know what a bounce card is.
Lighting apparatus. So he was going to use some of the light coming through one of the windows and potentially reflect that back towards Mr. Baldwin to help illuminate him. I think Joel the director, and Alec had some brief conversation back and forth about what the goal was for that shot, and I think Alec had drawn it once to kind of audition what he thought his action should be for Joel, and then he drew it again.
Apparently the gun was in the safe during the lunch break.
And it went off. And, instantly, a firearm went off in a small wooden church. So the concussion, ears ringing, that moment of panic in everybody. I think the first person I made eye contact with was Helena, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side. And then I think that Joel let out some sort of scream or made some noise that, to indicate he was also injured.
Oh man, I really wish there was a camera on Hannah right now, because I want to see her reaction to this testimony.
And I think I just my attention went to Joel because he was the closest to me. I think I recall Reed and Serge moving Pew out of the way to help Helena basically to lay Helena down and start tending to her, figure out what her injuries were, or injury. And I started attending to Joel. I think I yelled out that if you can't help us, get the fuck out of here. And someone called 911, and I do recall Mimi's voice in the distance talking to 911
and where was Hannah Reed?
And telling where we're at, and I tried to calm Joel down. We had a good rapport, so I just tried to calm him down and let him know that we were going to get through it, because I didn't know what else to do in that moment. And then soon after, the medic and the best boy electric came into the church.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Mm-hmm. The medic, do you recall her name?
Her first name was Cher. I don't recall her last name.
Okay, and who was the other person you said? Best boy?
The best boy electric, Matt Hemmer, I believe was his last name. He was Serge's second in command, is what a best boy is. So the gaffer and the key grip each have a best boy, and then the rest of their department. And my understanding was Matt had some combat medical training, so he came in to assist the medic, Cher, and I think
when right after the gun went off, do you recall seeing Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I do not.
And did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
He sat down in that same pew.
Where the fuck was she? Where did she run off to?
Did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
he sat down in that same pew. I think in that moment when I yelled out that if you can't help us, you need to, get out of here. I think he sat down, and then at some point, I looked over and he was gone. So.
Okay.
What?
And in
Where'd you
terms
go?
of your attention to Mr. Souza, what were you doing to him? Were you touching his body? What were you doing?
I was. So Joel was wearing kind of a thick hoodie, and I believe he had a t-shirt or a couple shirts on underneath. So it was start to figure out where Joel had been injured. He was certainly at that point writhing in pain and concerned for himself, asking me how Helena was, and I think coming to the realization that he had been shot. So I was trying to find where he was wounded. So started pulling back his hoodie to reveal what appeared to be a circular wound in his right shoulder.
Right. I wonder what happened to the gun after the shooting. Maybe Baldwin held on to it for a bit, and it seems like Hannah Reed was nowhere to be found. Maybe he left the church and put the gun somewhere. Maybe at some point she came and intercepted and took the gun. Like, where the fuck was she?
And at that point, I think the sheriff and Matt came in. They had gloved hands. I didn't, so I had some of his blood on my hands, and I think I helped them roll Joel over. One of them had trauma shears to cut his shirt off, and then I helped roll him over, and I was in a position to see that what appeared to be a bullet just under the skin, basically where his right shoulder blade was, and he was in a great deal of pain. And I think that Cher gave me some gauze to just put some pressure on the wound while they attended to Helena's injuries, which I gathered at that time were certainly much more severe because of her proximity to the firearm.
And could you hear Ms. Hutchins? I know you indicated that Mr. Souza was kind of yelling out in pain. Did you hear anything from Ms. Hutchins?
If I did, it was just, the groaning and discomfort from being shot by a firearm. I don't remember anything verbal from Helena.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
And if you know, at some point was Ms. Hutchins taken for medical care offset?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I stayed with Joel until they carried him out, and what I observed was they were trying to stabilize her. I heard them call for a lifeline, so they were trying to stabilize her to get her in a helicopter and get her to whatever ER they felt was appropriate.
And at some point in time, were you notified that Ms. Hutchins had passed?
Yes.
Mr. Adiego, when you heard the gunshot and you saw these people fall, did it occur to you in that moment that it was a live round, that there was a real a real bullet in that gun?
I don't, maybe not in that moment. I think it became clear when, like I mentioned, I rolled Joel over, helped roll Joel over to see what very much looked like a large caliber bullet just being barely held in by his skin.
Okay. And is this the first time in your life that you've ever seen a bullet?
No.
Okay, so you knew a bullet when you saw one?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever...
Yeah. No.
Okay, so
Hey,
you
Mariah.
knew a bullet when you saw one?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez after the gunshot went off?
Not until today.
Okay. And I want to back up. The people who, the camera crew that walked off that morning, did you know those people?
As well as you can know anyone in 2 weeks. Sure.
Based on your time on set and everything that you knew about what was going on that movie set, do you have any reason to believe that any of those people planted live ammunition on set?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation, lack of foundation, and whether he knows any of that.
Well, I think he can answer the question whether he...
Sorry, I think that was the other defense theory. Oh, I mean, I don't think they like explicitly said it, but I think when they were talking to some other witness, I think they were trying to like implicitly like imply that, oh, you know, maybe it was the camera crew because they had access to the prop truck or something like that. They had to get their stuff out that day. Maybe they're disgruntled. I think I remember that.
Has any reason to believe that they did or not?
Counsel approach.
I don't know if Hannah's going to testify or not. I feel like she might, but I feel like if she does, she's going to have to be as poignant as this guy right here.
Members who left that morning.
I do not.
Members who left that morning.
I do not.
And based on everything that you heard when you were in the church after lunch, do you have any understanding of who the person was that loaded that gun?
Yes.
Who is the person that you believe loaded the gun?
The armor.
And who's that person?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you see her sitting in court today?
I have seen her. She's behind you, yes.
Okay. And just for the record, can you point out what Ms. Gutierrez is wearing?
Gray blazer with a black collar, hair in a ponytail.
Will the record reflect that the defendant has been identified?
Yes.
At any point in time when you were in the church after lunch, did you hear anyone tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
Because I was thinking maybe one of her supervisors was like, hey, like, I need you to come over here and do some prop shit now. In fact, the jury is very alert right now. All right, defense turn. What do we got? Oh, it's a lawyer that we like.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, when you started your testimony, early on in your testimony, you talked about being on 12 prior movies with armor or something like that. Recall that?
Yes.
And you talked about you're used to seeing ex-cops, ex-military. Remember that?
Yes.
As the armor, the primary, were those all males?
I can't give you a definitive on that. I think there may have been a female or two, female armor that I worked with in the past.
But you just didn't, you weren't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor, were you? A female.
I wasn't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor.
A female.
That doesn't play into it for me. So whether male or female doesn't really matter in that case.
Okay, and I want to get into another, and we'll work through these topics, but you've talked a lot about things that you think Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did. One of the things you didn't tell the jury is that you've sued Russ Production and Alec Baldwin, haven't you?
I have.
You what?
Yes.
You have a pending lawsuit right now, don't you?
As far as I know, it's pending, yes, sir.
And your attorney's in the courtroom?
He is indeed.
Been watching your testimony?
Clearly.
See how you do?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Okay. And you've sued Alec Baldwin and Russ Production, but you have not sued Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, have you?
Again, you'd have to talk to my counsel about who I've actually sued.
Have you read the lawsuit?
I perused it.
You perused it. What does that mean? Did you read it, all the paragraphs, or did you just read page 1 and just said, knock yourself out, lawyer, go ahead?
I think I got past page 1, but since I'm not in your industry, I don't understand what a lot of that is, and I trust my counsel to represent me.
It seems like you're making a lot of opinions earlier on what armors do. You filed a lawsuit. It seems like you could have read your lawsuit, right?
Objection, relevance to whether or not he read his lawsuit?
Well, I want to ask if he's read these paragraphs, because he has a totally different story in his lawsuit that he did today. So I want to ask him if he's read and adopted this lawsuit.
I mean, let's see where the defense attorney's going with this.
And I think he's already answered that.
Did you approve your lawsuit being filed?
I must have.
Because it was filed. Right?
You're saying the statements are different in the lawsuit?
And in that
versus
lawsuit,
now?
you're suing for a variety of things, punitive damages, right?
Again, I'm not a lawyer, sir, so you'd have to discuss that with my counsel.
Well, you know you're suing for loss of enjoyment of life.
Certainly.
Right? Okay? And you know you're suing for medical expenses and non-medical expenses, right?
I understood that to be the case, yes.
So out of this tragedy, you claim that you have a blast injury, right?
I believe that's in the documents you're referring to, yes, sir.
Did you go to the doctor for a blast injury?
I have talked to my physician about what happened that day, yes.
You've talked to your physician. Did they do any tests? Did they take any x-rays? Did you just tell him I was in this and
I described the incident and he did what he felt was appropriate.
What was that?
I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you, sir.
Okay. Well, so in any event, you're suing Russ Production and Alec Baldwin, right?
Yes.
And you're here telling this jury all about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, but in your lawsuit, you talk about defendants, Russ Production and Alec Baldwin, cut corners and cut costs and it endangered the cast and crew. So you believe that, right? Russ Production?
I do.
And you believe that their hiring of Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters to manage the budget was not a good idea because they have cost-cutting problems on prior sets? You believe that?
Correct.
Okay. And you also believe that David Halls had prior safety issues, correct?
Yes.
On a prior set, he didn't manage that safely, did he?
That was my understanding.
Okay. You also believe, you knew that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had asked for more training days as an armorer. You knew that.
I don't.
To the form of question, there needs to be a question. It sounds like a statement.
Overruled.
Okay. You're aware that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed asked Gabrielle Pickle for more time as an armorer, more training days and more armorer days. You're aware of that.
I became aware of that after 2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, it's in your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Are you hoping that...
Wait, I felt like the defense attorney was going somewhere. I thought he was going to say that, like, hey, what you testified today is completely different than what's in your lawsuit, story-wise. But now I'm just like, okay, where are we going with this? I'm a little confused.
You come in and testify here today and something happens to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice, sir. 2 people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
And you want money for that?
I want justice.
You want money? Your lawsuit doesn't say justice, it says money.
Again, you'd have to...
for money. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Bowles needs to let the witness answer the question. That he's being argumentative, this needs to be a cross.
I'll let him answer. I agree. You're suing for money.
I asked my lawyer to help bring justice in this case. And if that doesn't mean criminal, then I would assume that means some sort of monetary justice.
Yes, okay. Now, you also understood that Mr. Halls did not post the safety bulletins onto any of the call sheets, correct?
I understood that production did not furnish us with safety bulletins, sir.
Okay, so production. So that may not have been Mr. Halls, it may have been somebody else in production.
Again, production is all encompassing of Mr. Halls and the other ADs that would generate that information.
And you also indicate that Mr. Halls was the overall safety coordinator on set, correct?
That's typically one of the many jobs of the first assistant director, yes, sir.
And so it's his responsibility to convene the safety meetings you testified to, right?
Typically.
Yeah, I don't know how the jury's going to take this.
It is, yes.
And in this particular set, he did not do that on every day of the filming, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And in fact, the day that this, you described it as the camera crew walked off the day of the shooting incident. You described it as more chaotic than it had been. And that day, there was no safety meeting convened by Mr. Halls, was there?
Not that I was invited to.
We like this lawyer, LOL. I generally do like him. I think he's been pretty cool so far. It's just that the witness that's on the stand right now, I think it's a very, very compelling witness. And this attorney, it's his job to go up there and try to discredit the witness. So far, the witness was very emotional, and I was getting emotional too. Maybe even members of the jury was getting emotional. So now this lawyer, it's his job to go up there, try to discredit the witness and say, hey, you're just doing this for money reasons, right? Like, it's all about the money for you. But, I just don't think that the jury will agree with that. But maybe there's some that will, It's possible.
You've indicated that Mr. Baldwin didn't follow gun safety rules. You believe that, right?
I do.
And you believe that Miss Gutierrez-Reed was operating in 2 jobs in props and armor, and you thought that was dangerous, that production did that, didn't you?
I did.
And you felt it was dangerous and part of your lawsuit that they should not have put her in those 2 positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, sir, you've never been on all of your 12 prior movies with armors, you've never been on a set where an armorer was part-time, right?
I don't recall ever working on a set that had a part-time armorer, no, sir.
Okay. So this would be your first one on the Rust set where they had part-time?
Potentially.
Okay. And in fact, because it's in your suit, you thought that was a terrible idea, right?
If it says so in the suit, then I must have said that, yes.
Okay. And this was a gun-heavy set with guns operating on 17 of the 21 scheduled film days, yet you knew that they weren't paying Miss Gutierrez-Reed for more than 8 armor days, right?
I had no idea what they were paying Miss Gutierrez.
Were you aware that whether her armor days had run out by the time of the shooting incident?
Who's this guy right here? I don't know if it's considered part-time, but I know she had dual roles as props person, like assistant to the prop person, and then also as an armorer as well. Oh, maybe this is his lawyer. Okay, I was like, who is this?
Not privy to that information, sir.
Okay. And you're probably not also privy to the fact that she was regularly performing props duties as part of her daily duties on the set. Were you aware of that? Did you see her doing those prop duties?
I believe that it was noted on the call sheet that she had more than one responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever see her, for example, rolling cowboy cigarettes, having her do jobs like that in her props duties?
Can't say that I did.
So you didn't see her all the time then?
No, because my job takes a lot of focus, and I have essentially 5 bosses at any given moment, so I have to focus on my tasks at hand.
Well, that's what you said also, that you didn't see who was in the church, or you didn't see what was happening because you have to focus on your job.
Right. I feel like Hannah's fucked either way, but her defense attorneys are just trying to do with what they can work with. Like, the case is just, in my opinion, it sounds pretty fucked.
You have to focus on your camera. And
in, she's fucked either way.
What you're doing with that, right? So you're not always seeing everything else around you.
I'm not necessarily seeing, but I'm trying to watch and listen to everything that I can on set.
Let me ask you about that, listening to everything. You talked about what the negligent discharge by Sarah Zachary, nothing being called out in terms of a gun being operated. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Now, what radio channel were you using on set, would you regularly use?
I'm a grip, so I'm always on Channel 8, sir.
Channel 8. And do you understand, or did you understand that the armor operates on Channel 1? And that's when that's called out on Channel 1 and it goes to David Halls. Did you know that?
If it only goes to Channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
Good
and were
response.
you aware then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Halls' responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? That when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
I don't understand your question. I wasn't on the wrong channel. I'm on Channel 8, where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay, well then, the failure was not Miss Gutierrez Reed's, which you wanted to imply to the jury. It was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Miss Gutierrez Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the negligent discharge with Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay. And you have no idea, but you said earlier you don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
I saw a bullet in Joel Souza's shoulder.
I'm not talking about that, and I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit, but I'm talking about Sarah Zachary's negligent
Wait, when did we move to Sarah Zachary's accidental discharge? Sorry, was I just not paying attention or something? I'm as confused as he is. The questions that he's saying, the answers that he's saying out loud is what I'm thinking in my head too. So I'm like, wait, what the fuck are we talking about? Hold on.
discharge.
To object to Mr. Bowles' tone, indicating that this...
Please, no commentary.
Yes, I
All
won't,
right,
Your Honor.
all right,
I won't.
thank you.
So, with regard to Sarah
Judge.
Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk a lot throughout your testimony about all these failures you find in Miss Gutierrez Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin. Can you explain that? Why you talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit and not Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir.
Because
I didn't write that lawsuit, so
Okay.
I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
You went after the people with money for the lawsuit, right? And
I went after production, the people responsible for hiring the people that killed and shot someone on a film set.
And you, as part of that, talk about that.
I don't know. Maybe he could amend his lawsuit now and include Hannah Reed. Good idea, Mr. Lawyer. Can he do that?
The decision to hire Ms. Gutierrez
Giving
Reed.
him ideas. Sorry.
The decision to hire Ms. Gutierrez Reed was motivated by production's desire to have a quick and cheap production. That was part of their desire to hire a cheaper position in that role, make her do 2 jobs, right?
Apparently that's what it says. That's what it says.
Okay. And you indicated that this was constantly rushed and reckless and chaotic on set, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Baldwin a couple of times at least rushing people and telling them to move, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Halls do that also?
I did.
Did you ever stand up to Mr. Baldwin and say, no, we're not going to move this fast?
That's not my job, sir.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody else stand up to Mr. Baldwin, tell him not to move that fast?
I don't recall anybody standing up to Mr. Baldwin on the set of Rust, sir.
Wasn't going to happen, was it?
Objection to the form of question calls for speculation.
You never saw anybody.
Restate the question.
Yes, Your Honor. You were aware, based on your seeing Mr. Baldwin, how he interacted with everybody, it was your perception nobody was going to stand up to him, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Because he's running the show. He's the big boss, right?
Oh God! So I guess the angle is like he was the big boss. No one can stand up to him, even Hannah Reid.
He's both. Well, he's the producer, one of the writers, and on the call sheet he's number 1. So yes.
So wouldn't you find it difficult for a 24-year-old female armor in her, as you call it, her second movie, with everybody else, grown men, not standing up to Mr. Baldwin? Wouldn't you find that difficult for her also?
I wasn't in her position.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think the jury's going to care about that. I don't think.
Now, you also talk about the IATSE armor. You knew that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not yet in the union.
Oh, she's not. Okay, because I've been wondering that as this entire time. I'm like, wait, was she not part of the union? Like, how come she didn't know what the fuck she was doing? But then she also had her dad that I feel like she could have asked, for like mentorship or something,
Actually, my understanding was it was a union show and the crew was union.
But you didn't know whether she was not union. She's not union. You didn't know that.
Mr. Bowles is testifying, Your Honor.
No.
I'm asking if he's aware.
No.
But
You
he's
are
not.
testifying.
Good
You
judge.
said she's not in the union. Okay, that's your testimony.
Well, I'm
So
asking
ask it as a question rather than testifying.
Yes. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed is not union?
I was under the impression that we were doing a union movie. Everybody on the crew was union. I didn't learn that she was not yet in the union until after.
So you did learn that after?
Correct.
Okay. And you know from your experience in over 100 credits and being on a movie, having the union behind you makes it likely that you can stand up. I mean, in other words, if there's a safety issue and you have your union behind you, you can raise that because you've got the union.
On a union movie, any crew member has the support of a union, whether they're union or not. They are represented by IATSE.
Well, could you have stopped the whole production if you wanted to, if you saw all these safety issues?
I certainly could have voiced my opinion. Whether or not they would have honored that and stopped anything, I cannot say.
Okay, so you did say on the negligent discharges, you went to Mr. Halls and you told him you were concerned, and you told him you're concerned about safety. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also told his second AD, Ann. You told both of them, right?
Ann was his second, just to be clear. But yes, I did
second.
mention it to Ann as well, that I was concerned and that this needed to be on the daily production report, knowing that the other producers typically read the production reports, as would the insurance company or whoever's bonding the film.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody
I'm so glad that he got to testify though, because I feel like this must be really cathartic for him as well.
do anything after you made those complaints.
I wouldn't necessarily see anybody do anything because they would potentially be on Channel 1 having that conversation amongst themselves.
Well, did you see anything happen, like additional training, any kind of actions taken by Mr. Halls that you saw?
I didn't see anything change.
Okay. So the day of the incident, the day of the shooting, you indicated to Ms. Morrissey on direct that you didn't see Ms. Gutierrez Reed in the church, but you didn't have concerns or words to that effect, that after the the firearm had come into the church, you didn't have concerns because I think you testified the armorer would check that. Is that what you said?
I believe that misstates the testimony.
Well, tell me what you said. I may have misheard it. Tell me what you said.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what you want me to restate, sir.
Let me ask you, you didn't see Ms. Gutierrez read in the church?
I only heard her in the church.
Did you look around and after you heard her to see if you could see her in the church?
No.
Okay. So did you see if anybody else, Sarah Zachary from props, was in the church?
I think we've already covered this, and no, I don't recall anybody from the props department seeing anybody from the props department in the church.
Okay. Now, Sarah Zachary, I want to talk about her for a minute. You knew, or were you aware that she would load firearms too at times?
I became aware when she had a negligent discharge on set.
Okay. Did you also ever see her loading firearms on set?
I don't recall beyond that incident her really dealing with firearms, if at all.
You know that Sarah Zachary was Hannah Gutierrez Reed's boss?
I do.
As props master? Okay. And now earlier you talked about your understanding of armor, but isn't it true that props department is in charge of the ammunition? Those are props.
That's my understanding of how the props department works, sure.
Okay. So when you said earlier that the guns and ammo would be the armor, in reality, the ammunition falls under the props department. It's a prop.
My understanding is live ammunition is absolutely the armorer's responsibility. Any other ammunition that may be used in belts or bandoliers or strewn about on set is falls under props.
Well, live ammunition is never supposed to be on the set.
When I say live ammunition, I'm referring to blanks.
Okay.
Something that can go bang and hurt someone.
Okay, so let's be clear. You're not a blank is not a round with a projectile. It's not a real bullet. It's a blank that shoots powder, right? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My understanding of blanks are it looks very much like a real bullet. They're crimped differently at the end, so they don't actually contain a bullet. But beyond that, I don't know that I would. I don't know if they're marked in any other way other than seeing the ends crimped.
Okay. And you've never been an armor yourself?
I've never been in the props department at all, no.
Or the props department. So when you make opinions about what you think, you really have no idea because you've never served in that role. It's just what you've seen over other movies?
It's what I've learned in almost 30 years in the film industry, yes.
Okay. Now, when you talked about guns being left out on the cart, I want to ask your experience in prior movies. Have you seen carts that are professional looking that can be locked up, that an armor can use to lock up those weapons on it?
Yes, and I believe I described that earlier.
Okay. And this cart on this set was not like that.
I believe it was just kind of a more of what I would be accustomed to seeing craft services use, like an open gray plastic cart.
And were you aware that it took over a week for the props department even to get that cart?
I'm not in the props department. I'm not really aware of what they do.
Okay.
In that sense.
So this cart that they had on set that they were supposed to use for their firearms, on this Rust set, it wouldn't lock. It was more like something you would see in the crafts department. So and production provides that, right?
Again, I don't know what the props department brought or what they were provided. A lot of us rent the production companies our appropriate gear. Some of that may be carts, some of that may be tools.
Okay, so you don't know.
Hi, Goofy.
You also don't know if the firearms that you said were laying out from time to time on the cart were real firearms or were plastic, were replica. You don't know that for sure.
I can tell you that the firearms certainly looked real as they would reflect the sunlight. They were certainly metal firearms. Whether they were actual firing guns, no, I don't know. But my experience is any firearm, even rubber dummy, at the very least in some sort of soft firearms case, a bag, somehow protected and not laying on top of a cart that's not secured.
Well, you saw the gun socks they have, the protective cloth carrying for the guns. You saw those, didn't you?
There may have been a long gun or two that had some sort of sock or some soft covering on them, sure.
And the handguns had the socks too. You never saw those?
I don't recall seeing the handguns in any kind of container, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear Hannah call out the load amounts? You testified earlier you didn't, but you weren't always around those scenes when Hannah Gutierrez Reed was dealing with the firearms, were you?
I was on set 95% or more of the time. So there may have been an instance where she called out whatever power that plank load would have been, and I missed it.
And again, if she's calling it out on channel 1, and Mr. Halls is supposed to then communicate that, and you're on another channel, she may have called it out and you didn't hear it.
Well, the protocols on set typically is the armor would call that out verbally. What she does on her radio, I don't know. I'm not on that channel. And then the first assistant director would parrot that and let us all know to make sure there was redundancy and that we heard it was hot or cold.
And sir, are you sitting now under oath telling this jury that Hannah never called out the loads that were used on that set? Are you going to tell them that under oath, that you never heard that?
Objection, Your Honor. That has not been his testimony, and he's already answered this question.
It's been asked and answered.
Good try.
So other than reporting to Mr. Halls and the second, did you ever report this to anybody else if you were so concerned about it? Did you report it to Gabrielle Pickle? Did you report it to anybody else? Did you report it to Joel Souza?
I believe that Joel Souza and Helena, before she was killed, had a conversation about some of the safety issues,
that was my
payroll
question.
issues, and I did notify Local 80, which was the union that represented me while I was making that movie.
When did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date, sir.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
Well,
Shut up.
if you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen. Ask the question about the date. He said he didn't remember, and then you started to tell him you weren't going to ask that person, and that he was going to tell you in so many words, okay?
Yes.
So let's not be argumentative. Let's
Yes.
just ask him. You can ask him one more time.
So,
Yo, she's getting fiery too. Let's go.
do you have any idea what date you may have contacted Local 80?
I believe it was in the first week of production.
Okay. So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
That doesn't mean I wasn't concerned about safety.
And I understand. My question was not that. I understand you were concerned. My question was that was before any of the accidental discharges.
I don't recall exactly if that was before or after, but once I contact Local 80, that doesn't mean I stopped talking to Local 80 throughout production. So I think we had more than one conversation about it.
What does he say?
Because you're contacting
80?
Local 80, did they do anything about it?
Local 80?
My understanding was they contacted the New Mexico local, which is 480, and a representative from 480 showed up, and possibly a representative from the camera union, Local 600, also showed up.
What happened at that point? Did they do anything?
They have conversations that I'm not part of, sir. Yeah.
Ultimately, the camera crew was disgruntled, and they walked off the day before the shooting. Part of that was their hotel situation. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I don't know about disgruntled, but I know that they were promised hotels or housing, and those promises never came to fruition.
Okay. And so they left, and the next day when there had to be a new camera crew, they had to get some more people. You were aware Video Village was down?
I was not.
You didn't know Video Village was down at all?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Council coach.
I mean, I have seen lawyers re-ask the question, and then, if it doesn't get caught by the other lawyer, then, you get to keep hammering down the witness. She's on point today with them pinkies and them yellows. Look at the judge. I love how she's just like, okay, guys, you guys chill the fuck out. Stop arguing, and don't be argumentative. Now what? Look at the judge. And these two were getting along so well. So well. How was your weekend, Storm? What have you been playing lately? Who's this? Oh, is that his attorney? Oh, maybe the judge is trying to whisper so he doesn't hear what's going on. Maybe that's why she's like this, possibly. Well, I mean, this is great for the afternoon. Some spicy interactions. The jury, they are probably tempted to nod off a little bit, sitting there for 8 hours. All right, y'all. How was your weekend? What'd you guys do? I did some yard work. There are these weird little orange bubble things that popped up on my mulch. I don't know what the fuck it is. If it's like fungal spores, if they're eggs, it looks so disgusting. Ugh. I want to see what it was. Orange bubbles in mulch. It was so gross. Is it a fungus?
You, sir, you said earlier Baldwin always wanted to use his hero props, or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And by that you meant he wanted to use the real, for example, the real revolver?
That was my understanding of his the way he liked to perform. Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that also include, sir, the knife, those kind of, is that what you're meaning by hero props?
My recollection is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to be ready to call rolling when he was ready. So hero props in his wardrobe, essentially ready to go.
Okay. And everybody else had to be ready to go when he was ready.
I guess what I'm wondering, so Lemon says, if Hannah was union, she could have complained to them about having a dual rule safety concerns or feeling bullied, question mark. Even though she wasn't part of the union, I feel like she could have been mentored by her dad. Like she could have went to her dad and be like, hey dad, you've been in this industry for X, Y, and Z years. What should I do? Like, these are my concerns. It's really unsafe. Maybe her dad could have helped her out. Maybe she wasn't even concerned herself. Maybe she didn't care, you know? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. So that, sir, it was your understanding, and you may have said this, and I just want to go back over it, but that Mr. Baldwin did not, that scene or that rehearsal did not require the draw. Was that your understanding?
My understanding was it was really just the initiation of that movement was the part of the story that Joel Souza wanted to tell.
Okay. And that, I think you called it an extreme close-up shot of his hand?
Correct.
Coming out, okay. So it would be coming out of his holster, and there would be an extreme close-up on that.
Correct. The frame would have been essentially his right hand going into his coat to draw his firearm.
Okay, sir.
Defense attorney's a lot more calm now. Must have been admonished by the judge again.
Mr. Audiego, if you are aware, are you the only person suing Mr. Baldwin and Rust Productions?
Not from my understanding.
There are others, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bowles asked you in your lawsuit, you claimed that you have lost enjoyment of your life as a result of the incident. Is that correct?
Yes, it is absolutely correct.
Just to be clear, did you receive a subpoena for your testimony today?
I believe that my counsel received a subpoena from both sides for today, yes.
Do you know, sir, did anyone force Ms. Gutierrez to accept a job as an armorer and props assistant?
Force her? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you know if anyone forced Ms. Gutierrez to continue working on the set of Rust when things were chaotic and difficult?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is Mr. Baldwin on trial today?
It appears that he is a bit, yes.
I'm asking you, is this the trial of Mr. Baldwin?
No, it's not.
Is this the trial of Rust Productions?
No, it's not.
Is Mr. Halls on trial today?
He is not.
On October 21st, 2021, did Ms. Gutierrez show the dummy rounds to the cast and crew as you have indicated is proper safety protocol for armorers?
Not when I was on set, no.
Did Ms. Gutierrez shake the dummy rounds for the cast and crew?
Not when I was on set, no.
If Ms. Gutierrez had shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, what do you think would have happened?
We
Well, I mean, honestly, even if she's shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, it seems like even her herself didn't know the difference between the live ammunition that was on set, because there are pictures of her where there was a live ammunition because it had the silver primer on it, and she was taking pictures with it. So it wouldn't have been her that probably caught it, I guess. It would have to be someone else. Would have been like, wait, actually, hold on, that one looks weird. Are you sure that one's good? Because there was a selfie of her that she took, and it was like on her lap, and I was like, that's such a weird picture.
If he has an opinion, if he knows based upon his personal knowledge.
In your opinion, working on this movie set with Ms. Gutierrez and working on other movie sets with other armors, if she had taken the dummies, rattled them, showed them to the cast and crew, do you think that live round would have been discovered?
No.
You don't?
Oh, pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we would have known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made...
Yeah, see, I think he's trying to say that her, would she have known? No. Us? Probably.
the decision not to show the cast and crew the dummy rounds prior to handing the gun to anyone in the church?
I would guess the armor, or...
Again, he's just guessing.
He is...
said he would guess.
All right, that's his answer. He guessed, so we'll strike it. Okay? He guessed.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Gutierrez loaded that gun?
It is.
Sorry, did you all hear me because my mic was off? Yes, you're all saying yes. Okay.
In your opinion, would Ms. Hutchins be alive today if Ms. Gutierrez had not put a live round in the gun?
Your Honor, again, I'm not a judge.
I'm going to strike that. You didn't get an answer, so.
All right. Who is the person on the set of a movie who is
I'm good, Turbo.
in charge of firearms?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
He's taking some pages out of her book.
Do you know why your civil lawsuit doesn't include Ms. Gutierrez?
You'd have to refer to my counsel for that answer. I don't know.
Have you testified today in order to further your civil lawsuit?
I've testified today to bring justice for the death of my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
Oh, good job, Mr. Ross.
All right, we're going to break for the evening. Followed.
I hope that was therapeutic for him, although it was probably a little bit traumatic when he had to answer questions to the defense attorney.
Directions, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't read anything about production, this case. Don't look anything up. Don't do any research. Thank you. Where were you going to, Brian, did you have them in a different location in the morning?
No.
Okay. All right, so downstairs, 8:30, okay? Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Do I think like she's responsible for all this? Yes.
George, were you gonna?
Even if we were to go to the scenario that, oh, she was like young, inexperienced, she had a hard time voicing her opinions, being assertive, like putting her foot down to these like seasoned, experienced actors and the other casting crew members, like ultimately it's like your fucking job. Like if you're too scared to stand up for yourself and that could lead to you be at fault for having a gun go off and killing someone, and I mean that's on you right
Thank
there. But I mean, at the same time, like the Rust production, it seems like it was complete fucking shit. Like it was a shit show under budget. They were trying to milk as much as they can out of her, trying to make her do dual roles and stuff. But I don't think that exempts her from her responsibilities of being her responsibility of being an armorer on that set that day. All right, y'all. Woo! What a heavy day. We had some testimonies from the FBI and then the camera grip guy. I think they did a really good job with ending with his testimony. Man, I don't know. There are just so many things. Like when the defense made his opening statement, I was like, okay, there's some decent stuff in here, you know, some decent stuff, maybe some theories in there, okay. And some crazy stuff that they were talking about with a person and another person talking how they were going to, how they essentially took out some bullets out of a gun and threw it away, which is weird after the shooting happened, right? So there was some stuff that they threw out where we're just like, oh, okay, there's some weird shit going on. All right, we'll see what happens. But so far, I think the state has done a really good job. But man, I don't know. It's going to be hard for the defense team when it's their turn to present. It's going to be a huge uphill battle for them, I feel. Defense needs to show that someone else could have handled the gun before being placed on set. Otherwise, she's cooked. I think she's cooked either way because she has to check it anyways. She's got to check the gun. She's got to check inside the chamber. It's a barbecue, y'all. It's a barbecue. All right, y'all.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I try and cock the gun goes off.
Now, Alec Baldwin and the film's armorer have both been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial. Live coverage today.
Oh, nice little trailer they got going on. All right, y'all. Well, that is it for today. That was this is day 4. Wait, is it day 4? Wait a second. I thought it was day 3. Thursday, Friday. I thought today was day 3. Opening statement was on Thursday. And then day 2 was Friday. Day 3 is today. Do we skip a day or something? What happened? Oh, also, I don't know. It says day 4. I'm like, what the hell? Why does it say day 4? Oh, wait, were they already preloading for tomorrow? I guess that's what happened. Okay. Oh my Lord, I was getting so confused. I was like, did I mess up? No. What are y'all thinking so far? What are we thinking? Let me see if I can find. Oh gosh, it's an hour long. All right, I'm going to just skip to Paul Ferguson's sentencing really quickly.
Brady.
I'm going to get towards the, let's see, Paul Ferguson's sentences. Probably towards the end right here.
Deprivation in itself. Putting alarms on torture in this case. As I indicated in Ms. Vander Ark's testimony, there was a long period of months of various punishments, including bread with hot sauce. There's the hot sauce that apparently contains 2 of the hottest peppers that we have in the world. Wall sits for an individual who practically had no muscle left. Running up and down stairs, cleaning out a garage with no pants on. Sleep deprivation in itself. Putting alarms on him so he couldn't move or sleep. Making him puke up food. There's bathroom timers. Sleeping in the closet with a tarp down, which quite frankly might be considered animal abuse. But we have a human being here, making his hands over his head. And then at the end of his life, an 8-hour practically ice bath that killed him. So no, I don't think any of those things are adequately taken into consideration by the guidelines. And
Wait, did they do like the mental health examination for him? Maybe they did.
I don't think the guidelines, quite frankly, can even. These guidelines don't justify Mr. Ferguson's actions. Mr. Ferguson, I think you are a product of your environment, but I don't believe you that you're sorry. I don't.
Really? I mean, I didn't watch the whole trial, so I don't fucking know.
I don't think you have empathy. I don't think you have any emotion whatsoever. And that's what scares the court. It really scares me. I think you're sorry that you're here. I think you're sorry you got caught. I don't think you wanted Tim to die either, like your mother, because you would get caught and you wouldn't torture him anymore. And believe me, I've tried to sit here and try to think, well, maybe Mr. Ferguson's not as bad as Mom. I think you're just as bad, if not worse.
Holy.
If not worse. Because you had a job. You could have, Mr. Johnson actually asked you, couldn't you have brought home a thing of food for him? You could have gone to a neighbor and said, hey, my mom's abusing him. You could have grabbed him and got him out of there. You could have done any number of things to stop this. And you chose not to. Your own brother. And this is where we're at. So,
Jesus.
Based on all
Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this whole thing actually. Not today though. Oh my God.
that, the sentence of the court, you serve 30 years to 100 years, Michigan Department of Corrections.
Jesus. I don't know. I feel like he has like some sort of disability where he just. Okay, like I said, I didn't watch the entire trial. I was thinking maybe he had a mental disability where he just didn't really know right from wrong, but at the same time, he was also being abused by his own mom because his mom was like crazy batshit. Holy crap.
And this is where we're at. So, based on all that, it's a sentence of the court. You serve 30 years to 100 years, Michigan Department of Corrections. Credit for 592 days you've already served. Court's going to assess a $68 state cost, $130 crime victim rights assessment. No additional fines and costs. Mr. Ferguson, you have a right to file an appeal in this case. If you're financially unable to retain an attorney, one will be appointed to a public expense. Request for the assistance of a lawyer must be made within 42 days from today's date. Clerk is handing you a form that you must complete. Return to the court in that 42 days if you wish to request the appointment.
Whoa, the judge not mincing words there, telling Paul Ferguson he is one step away from becoming a psychopath, saying that he sees him as a danger to society. And when compared to his mother, the judge said, I see you as just as bad, if not worse, because Timothy was in his care. He was the one day to day caring for Timothy and could have flagged it for police, could have put a stop to it, could have done something, but he chose to do nothing. And
wow. Okay, hold on. Let's read this article really quick. Oh my goodness. Wait, did you guys watch the sentencing? Holy, I don't know. I didn't think it was, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was going to be like, hey, poor you know, but Jesus, I mean, maybe a step from being a psychopath. A Michigan judge told Paul Ferguson he didn't believe that he was completely under his mother's control as he was sentenced for the brutal CA that led to his little brother's death. Judge Matthew Castle, I don't know how to pronounce that, sentenced Ferguson 21. Oh, he's 21 years old. Jesus. 30 to 100 years in prison after he pleaded guilty to a single county federal degree CA. Ferguson pleaded guilty days after his mother, Shonda Vander, whatever, was convicted. Okay, sorry. Ferguson testified at his mother's trial and told the jury that he was manipulated by his mother into the brutal treatment of his younger brother. While Ferguson admitted to acting as the enforcer for his mother's abuse, he said that all the mistreatment had been at her direction. The judge rejected his argument and said that he believed the abuse was a collaborative effort between the two. Yeah, I mean, the text messages do not look good. There were texts going back and forth between him and his mom, but I felt like he was just trying to do everything he can to get his mother's approval. Like, I don't know, there was like this really sick relationship that he had with his mom. Ferguson addressed the court during, and when I say sick, I don't mean like, fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? So I have people downstairs that are just like yelling. It's distracting me. I don't mean like a sexual thing between him and his mom. I mean like a sick relationship. Ferguson testified at his mother's trial. They believe it was a collaborative effort. Ferguson addressed the court during his sentencing, saying that no words could voice his regret. I asked the judge for nothing more than mercy and fairness, to offer me compassion so I might learn from him. I only hope to better myself in the coming days and serve my time with what little honor I have left. Judge Cassell said that while the defense had argued that Ferguson was under his mother's control and questioned whether he was on autism spectrum, there's no evidence. Oh, okay, this is what I was wondering. So there's no evidence in the reports submitted to the court suggesting that he had any mental disease. Okay, I mean, that's pretty fucking important. This has been a careful, manipulated story from the very beginning of this thing, the judge said. He's going to blame it on his mom. I'm going to be manipulated. I have Asperger's syndrome. I have autism. I have Stockholm syndrome. The truth of this is that we have two individuals that lack empathy, who lack emotion. Okay. All right. Well, noting that Ferguson was not socialized properly and was in part a product of the environment in which he was raised, the judge expressed concern about his ability to reform. The court is concerned that Mr. Ferguson will not get the help he needs in prison. I think he's one step away from becoming a psychopath like his mother. Jesus. And the court is concerned that he represents a danger to the public, that if released, he would present a significant danger to the public. Okay. I mean, you know what? The judge sat through the whole thing. Is a judge a mental health expert? No, he has people that does the reports. Referring to Ferguson's mother, who has sentenced to life in prison for killing Timothy, Judge Kaysen said, I think you're just as bad, if not worse. What? Worse? Worse than Shonda? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, well, that's it for Paul Ferguson. Yikes. That reaction, 30 to 100 years, he probably really thought that he was going to get some sort of leniency.
Go along with his mother's bad behavior. Wow. The judge launching him 30 to 100 years. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Were you expecting this? That is a hefty sentence for a young man. Let me bring in my guest now, see what he thinks of this. He is a retired NYPD sergeant. He's the host of the podcast True Crime with the Sarge, Joe Giacalone, on the show with me this morning. Joe, good morning to you. What'd you think of what the judge just did?
Yeah, I think he was spot on. I mean, when you hear about the torturing of animals and all the other things that are going on, I mean, this is like the definition of what you're dealing with of a future.
Wait, he was torturing animals too?
Serial killer. And to be able to do this to your own brother and to be able to, basically go along with the program. I mean, I know people say that, he was under the mother's, evilness and everything else that goes along. Yes, but you know what? That Nuremberg defense doesn't work, right? I was only doing what I was told. And if you don't know your history, we're doomed to repeat it. And this is just something that you have to look at in the sheer depravity of this act, and to be able to do this to anything, let alone your brother, is just, it's just one of those things where it just makes you nauseous. That's about the only word you can think of.
Isn't that the truth, Sarge? I know it is. It is nauseating thinking about the facts. And how about when Shonda Vander Ark feigned the nausea? I'll never forget that, when she was on the stand and she appeared to be stunned at the photos of her son, as if she didn't know what little Timothy looked like when she was starving him and abusing him.
Dude, if you guys haven't seen the Shonda Vander Ark body cam footage, it's pretty bad. You should watch it. Bad as in her acting was just horrible, and the excuses that she was making. I don't know if I know we watched it on stream. I don't know if I ever posted on my YouTube channel. I don't think I did. I don't remember making a thumbnail, but yeah, watch the body cam footage. The excuses that she was making. She was like, oh, like he was hiding it. He was wearing baggy shirts. We didn't know how skinny he was. We had no idea.
And torturing him for all those years. My goodness, justice has been served for both Shonda Vander Ark and her son, Paul Ferguson. Oh boy, 30 years. I'm sure we're going to see an appeal, but we'll leave it there for now. We'll see if there is an appeal or anything that is even an appealable issue. He pleaded here. My goodness, 30 years. Joe, do you think he's going to fare well in prison? What do you think about how...
That's what I was saying, dude. I don't think he's going to do well in prison at all. He's going to get fucked.
This kid may handle himself. And I say kid, he's a young adult. He's a young adult. I am not calling him a kid. Don't anybody tweet me and say I have no sympathy for this guy. Believe me. But he's young. We know that this all started when he was a teenager. He's an impressionable young adult. I would imagine prison is going to be horrifying for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the evil that he awaits for him is going to be immeasurable to him. I mean, some of the things that he did to his brother, there's a likelihood that they're going to do to him. I mean, he's not a imposing figure at all. And, listen, the word gets back to the prisoners before we even know these things. They have the TV, they have the internet, they know exactly what's going on. When
They got court TV over there?
You see what the torture was like. And you're dealing with a prison system where there are people who are worse than he is. unless they keep him in solitary confinement the rest of his life, he's going to have a very difficult time.
Isn't that the truth, Sergeant?
All right, well, 30 to 100 years for Paul. We'll see what happens with that. All right, y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. We're going to continue on with day 4 of the Rust trial. And I'm going to do it the same way I've been doing it for the past couple days, where we are on West Coast time, okay? So we're not going to be starting up and early, but we're on West Coast time. I usually have the highlights. We'll go over that, and then we'll catch up with the live stream. And, you know, this court likes to take their time with their lunch breaks and their other breaks, so I think we're good. I think it's pretty easy to catch up. It's not too bad. We're not too far behind. But I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for chatting it up. Thanks for keeping me company. I hope you guys have a good one, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Oh, also, Karen Reed's trial has been pushed from March to April, which I think we have a lot of things going on in April. Although, yeah, I think April is Chad Daybell. The Petito stuff has been canceled because they have settled. Good news to hear. They don't have to go through trial stuff. But yeah, Karen Reed is now pushed to April. I don't know what date it was, but I got the court TV notification while I was live. Karen Reed in April, and then status hearing for Sarah Boone in April as well. February sentencing, done with that. Done with this. I think Koberger is going to have a court appearance in about 2 days. But other than that, I will see you guys. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. And if you guys miss any parts of this, watch the live stream. And yeah, thank you. See ya.